especially on this internet. Ugh.
Yesterday, I was only getting like 10 megabit downloads in the morning. I was like, what the hell? Stop it!
Ooh.
I pay for 100! Stop it!
Yeah, that's the worst when you're paying for really good internet and it seems to be really bad all the time anyway.
We get one speed here. One
Ugh.
speed. We get 100 down, 100 up. And we don't have a choice otherwise. Like, and it has to be $75 a month, and it has to be, you know,
Supposedly, it's much better off base. But
oh, it's
because
tons
they
better
don't
off
have a
base.
restriction.
Even Camp Humphreys has access to 1 gigabit download speeds.
So why is Kunsan left up?
Why do you think?
Because we're the fucking forgotten child.
Yes.
Life in the ghetto.
Exactly.
Because soft beds make soft people. And I'm cheap.
That's what I was doing. Fuck. I'm not awake yet.
Makes you feel any better. I just took like a 30-minute nap.
Yeah.
Just woke up like
I woke
8
up.
minutes ago.
We were chilling out on the couch and then I look over and he's just gone.
He's out.
Yeah.
I'll
I
skip my
wish
nap.
I could sleep that quickly.
I wish I could
Skip my
sleep that
nap
quickly.
today.
There are some days that I do sleep like immediately, and then there are days that I sleep like last night where it took me like 4 hours to fall asleep with melatonin.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. I have trouble falling asleep all the time. And he falls asleep on accident all the time. Makes me very angry.
That's what I'm doing. Okay. This.
Become old and fat, then you have no problem falling asleep.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That sentiment, because I'm right there too.
Got Fizbins in the mail today. Holy shit. You want a book about Dungeons and Dragons? That's a book about Dungeons and or Dragons, and that's it.
Fizzbands?
Yep.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
it's
I have it on D&D Beyond. It's
very good. It is very
it's
fun.
cool.
I'm really enjoying reading it. The art is amazing.
Right.
I still need to buy it. Like that's one of the. Actually, that's probably what I'm gonna ask Katie for Christmas. A few D&D books that I don't have physically.
It's a book. Like it's a physical copy book. The art is amazing.
I prefer physical copy just because I like to be able to pick it up and look at it and refer everything.
Yeah.
For quick references, I do like digital copies, but I definitely like the physical copies better because I don't know, it's like a physical book I like as well.
Yeah. What is it? Masha's I could do with just a digital copy. There's a ton of stuff in it, so having a physical copy makes it really easy. But it's the art inside of it was hit or miss. Fizbin's, it's just the art is very, very good
Gotcha.
and very worth it. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I just made a D&D Beyond campaign for us. So if you don't have access to certain books on D&D Beyond, you'll have access to them because I have all of the
Oh
books.
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
yay!
I'll paste that link in the chat.
I'll
Thank
add
you.
my character to it.
need to fix everyone's pictures again, because everything likes to, you know, not be the right size.
Wait,
Luckily,
let's
everyone's
hear it.
labeled correctly.
Yeah.
Damn. Everyone
How am I
looks...
doing on spells?
I think everyone's almost out of spells.
Completely out.
Yeah, I think we're out of everything, including spells, life.
I am actually still at full health, and I don't think I've actually used any spells.
I
Yeah,
have
I haven't
lay
used any
on
spells.
hands left.
Well, I have
and
9
my
health,
friends.
and I've
I've
used
just been-
everything.
I've been using Toll of the Dead on everything, so I have all my spells. Oh, no! Didn't I use Bane once?
Yeah.
Okay, I did use Bane once, it's just not showing up that I used it.
Alright. Let's see here.
Two out of 3.
Oh. Okay. I need to wake up. I've had caffeine now. The caffeine just needs to kick in. Right? Right.
Okay, it says I have 0 out of 3 spells, so I must have used other stuff. So I don't have any spells, but I do still have full life.
Cool. Oh. Stretch my arms. And everyone's frozen again. Cool.
Oh no.
Ah!
Nice.
I gotta see who's not frozen and who is frozen.
Hello. Hello. I'm waving my arms.
No, I'm looking at the stream.
Okay.
You're good. You're good. The stream's like a few seconds slow. So, there's Day at, and then let's just make sure. The roll box. Window capture. No, not Forza Horizon 5, thanks. Done. Cool. Make sure that that is all the way down. Oh, the scrolls. Cool. That's live, and we seem like we're good, maybe. Alright. You guys all ready?
Yeah!
Is John asleep?
Probably.
His head lifts up and goes, huh?
Huh?
Uh,
Huh? Mine?
Oh, he can't hear you.
All right, ladies and germs.
We can't hear you, John.
oh, I heard him.
Oh, I didn't.
Can't hear me?
And now I can.
Hello?
Now I can. Let me just make sure.
I need to get a little streaming light so I don't have this super bright lamp.
Oh no, the streaming lamp light is just as bright as the lamp that's right there. You know, it's actually
Yeah,
it's
I
probably worse because it's faced right at you.
It's mostly so I don't have the glasses shadow right under my eyes, so it looks like I have massive bags under my eyes.
Oh, I just have massive bags on my eyes. I just accept that. Anyways, to recap what happened, you guys had saved Sal here from being murdered inside the tavern by goblins and guards, or rather soldiers from what you picked up was the royal army, possibly. And you're pretty sure that you've confirmed that. While you guys were escaping through the sewers, you guys encountered almost an army's worth of soldiers and goblins. It seems like the goblins were hired or weren't really there and completely into the battle, but you guys ended up recruiting one of the goblins into your own party there.
Yep.
Little Eek hasn't quite completely gained the trust of everyone. However, he is willing to help with everyone and isn't he's
And I
still
have paid him.
learning. As you guys reach the end of the sewers over here, you guys notice that one of the basement doors to a building that you don't know was slightly ajar. And blood was kind of streaking out from it, and you didn't know where that blood was coming from. There is more to the sewers, but there isn't much more that you know. There could be an outlet leading out to the rest of the city, but it's more of a just out to the sea out there. I'm trying to think of anything else there that you might have had happen other than the tons and tons and tons of fights within the last session.
No, I'm pretty sure that this last session was just finding out that they were all royal guards and disposing of more bodies.
Many bodies.
You've just decided not to dispose of bodies. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we've just been killing them as we go. We haven't disposed of any since that first big room.
Yeah, we're going to have to remove many of these bodies from here if we're discovered doing this.
Yeah.
We're going to be wanted by the king.
Yeah.
Seems like the king was going to burn this place down anyway.
It seems so, but if he discovers that we have done this, then I'm supposing that he's going to try to burn us down as well.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think they're not gonna notice all of these all these people disappearing.
Definitely not.
If one or two people don't come back, that's not as suspicious. But you know, when 20 people don't come back,
We've basically taken out an entire platoon.
Yes.
Yes, but as long as they don't figure out it's us, there's at least that chance.
Right.
Whether we save the town or not, or whatever we end up doing, I don't necessarily want to be chased down after this.
How?
It's fair.
These people, if they don't come back, then the king would wonder who in this town did such a thing. He may come in with more people and generally attack this city.
Yeah.
That is a problem.
Well,
Seems
doesn't
like we
seem like my
already
problem.
Burn the place down, so we should at least start notifying some individuals that maybe they should evacuate.
Yes. What about your family?
That's mostly
Yeah.
what I meant.
Some individuals, your family.
But we should still be careful, because you don't really know your family all that well, and what if they're involved and end up telling on us? We should at least question them a little first.
That's fair, I suppose.
Play it by ear.
It was an arranged marriage that put me stepmother and my father together, so.
Yeah. I feel like we should just be careful. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely. Sal, where is the entrance to the sea?
It would be beyond over here. But
Do we even still need that? I mean, we've got all these bodies, but at this point, the bodies will be discovered anyway. So whether we throw the bodies into the ocean or just leave them where they lie, I don't think it makes much of a difference now, does it?
I think that if they were to be discovered in the ocean, it would be a harder time linking them back to us in the sewer exactly.
Okay.
The weirder that place the bodies show up, the harder it will be to discover us.
True. And those ones before, we burned them pretty good, didn't we?
We melted them, right?
Yeah.
yeah, pretty much everyone's been left maimed and destroyed.
Mangled in some
So it's
way.
just these last couple bodies here since we left that first room.
Wrong.
Well, we could always pile up some more, turn them into goo, and then throw a few in the ocean, spread them out a little bit.
Fair.
I'm just
Well,
thinking,
you
that's a
fucking
lot of
others-
bodies to carry to the sea.
Crime stories. The farther away the body is from the actual murder spot, the harder it is for them to find you.
Yes.
We
Which
could
is
also
what
leave
I
a few
very
piles of goo at different entrances.
say. Anyway, let's get rid of these corpses.
Yes.
But before we move on, we've all taken a few beatings, so we should maybe assess that threat. And that guy did say that he had an army waiting for him just behind some doors.
He said
Or
that
was
there
it upstairs?
He said that there was an
Or-
army waiting for us on the street.
On the streets? Is that what he
Yes.
said?
Yes.
I just heard nearby. Okay.
I think we should rest.
Yeah. I think it's getting close to time for a break. But, that's up to you guys, I suppose.
None of us have really had a long, quote-unquote, long rest.
Even when we meant to, we kind of got interrupted.
Right.
Yes.
Ugh.
I don't know if sewer is the best place to rest.
Yeah.
We may not have many choices right now.
We have. I don't know if we've been through the entire city's worth of sewers down here, and there was so many goblins and people
Already.
that I don't know if there could be more.
Yeah.
I don't know about you. Frankly, I did not come to the city to murder dozens of individuals.
Yeah, this was not the talking.
Yeah,
I mean,
I had a
you never
travel
really
plan.
go into
It's
something.
not on the travel plan.
You never really go into something with the idea of, hey, let's kill a bunch of people, but the day demands what it demands.
I have never gone to any situation with the idea of, hey, I would like to kill lots of people today. That's not the kind of bed that I wake up on.
It's usually like the furthest thing from my mind when I get
Yes,
up in the
exactly.
morning.
Before this encounter, I could count the number of people I've had to kill on the hand that I have.
I don't think we ever go to even fucking take a bath.
Oh.
So in addition to all the great grime of the sewer, where I'm covered in dirt from yesterday, it's a long day.
I don't
Well,
think
I'm
the
just
tower's a
thinking-
good option though, because we already got attacked there once, and we let one guy escape through the tavern.
That's
And,
so-
Did he? Did he get away?
I
There was
mean,
that one
he
guy
ran
Oh,
through the
yeah.
sewers away from us.
with the energy to chase him.
That's right. That's right. But if we rest, that's 8 hours. A lot can happen in 8 hours coming from either the tavern or unknown places in this place. So,
That's a good thing. I believe that we should continue to go. If we can get to the ocean from here, drag some of the bodies into the ocean, and then we can continue down the shore, and maybe find a place to rest that's farther away from the town.
Before
At the
we
very
roll-
least, we might be able to find a place we can kind of block off.
Yes, exactly.
I'm curious as to what's behind this door, because if it's a sealed off room, we might be able to hold up in there.
Yes,
Catch the bodies in front.
You had mentioned
Create a
earlier.
wall.
You had mentioned earlier that you could cover the windows by using the earth. Would you be able to cover a door in the sewer, or is it too closed off in here for you to do that?
You are correct. I could close off a section of the sewer using nature.
Okay. So that's an option.
It is an option. It would completely destroy the sewer's integrity, but yes, it is an option.
Okay, so if we do it, we kind of need to plan to not go back that way, huh?
We would need to plan to not go back that way, and we should get out of town as fast as possible before shit hits a literal fan. Literal shit.
Okay, so last resort.
Yes.
Got it.
This is a sewer. I suppose that it has some mechanical functions.
Yeah,
I would
maybe.
be getting rid of those mechanical functions.
Okay. So last resort in case of emergency only. Got it.
If it would please the dungeon master, I'm going to listen to this door, see if I can hear anything on the other
I would
side.
also like to listen
Okay.
to the door.
Go ahead and roll a perception check with advantage
Oh, advantage. Okay.
because Angar is helping you.
Right. Eh. Well, that one's way better. 18.
So you fortunately do not hear anything behind that door. It seems pretty quiet inside the door. The door is slightly ajar. Like I said at the beginning, there was a little bit of streaks of blood leading from that door.
Push it open.
Sword out.
All right, hold on.
What?
Map,
I don't.
this map
well,
doesn't
I don't-
show accurately what you would see. So, as you open the door and you look into it, you actually see looks like a basement. Looks like the bottom end of a like a noble's house. To the right, you see kind of some beds there for possibly help or some other sort. It's lit up pretty well, from what you can tell. And it looks like it's been recently used.
Unlocked door leading into the basement of a noble's house in the sewer.
Because that's not
Backpack
sketchy.
mode, well,
Does not look like the ocean to me.
Gorthon will enter the room.
Okay. Hold up. Are you guys all entering the room, or is it just Gorthon?
Nah, I got no health. I'm staying in the back.
Okay.
I'll
Yeah,
go.
He's on his own.
Moving Eek so I can see Gorthon's mini.
I don't really see anything in here, huh?
No, there's nothing that you can see right now.
About to be an Olympic javelin thrower. So we rest.
Echo,
Let's
perhaps go in
see,
front of me.
let's see.
I'm still okay.
Okay. Can you guys see in here?
Yeah, I can see in here.
Okay.
Oh, this would be fun.
Across the room, you see a splatter of blood. The blood looks like it's pretty fresh. However, the bodies that you see across the room look unmoving.
Wait, are they
Gorthon
dead or
advances
not
to
dead? Because they have
investigate.
little skull symbols, but they don't have big skull symbols. I don't know what that means. Is that supposed to mean something?
They're dead.
Oh, okay, okay.
So you can tell from what you
Okay. Yeah.
Shield up, Gorthon's going to approach.
Oh, I don't see him in here with me. I only see me.
You don't see who in there with you?
Gorthon?
Gorthon should be ahead of you there.
Oh, yeah, I just see me. I don't know. It's fine.
See me now?
Nope.
Oh.
It's okay. I'll
So-
imagine you.
So is
Up to the
Gorthon...
bodies.
What was it?
I go up to the bodies.
Okay. Can you move your mic just a little bit closer to your mouth? So
Me?
So,
Yeah.
please, after you, please.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Maybe I should turn up my sensitivity here in a little bit.
Yeah. I turned you up to 200%, and then you could keep, for some reason, getting quiet again. So I was like, what? Okay.
Sorry about that.
It's alright. As you approach the bodies, they're not moving at all. They all seem to be pretty well dead. D-E-D, dead.
Alright.
Are these
these are-
chests?
Say again?
Sorry.
Are these chests?
They are, yes.
Okay.
Um,
Sorry, Gorthon. Please continue.
These are goblins. Could I try to check for a cause of death?
Sure. Go ahead, make a medicine check.
Medicine. Not Gorthon's strong suit.
Oh, I
Let's
have
see.
a cleric.
You rolled a 4. And I don't know if that's updating yet, but we'll see in a second. As you check the bodies, you don't see anything really too out of the ordinary, other than they were killed by probably a slashing or stabbing weapon.
The blood.
It looks like that they have probably made their way into the house uninvited and were killed on the scene.
Can I search these chests
Go ahead.
and other stuff around here? I'm just gonna search some stuff.
We may not want to loot somebody's house.
I'm not looting. I'm just searching. I'm looking for clues. Like whose house this is, why there were goblins here, what the goblins might have wanted. I'm not gonna take anything.
Alright. Side eye.
Salazar, is this the way that we should go?
Sal says, well, it seems like a house of a noble. Is if you just look in through the door here.
Yes.
It could be a quicker way out than going through the rest of the way over here.
Sewers.
I do not know if we could escape through the house of a noble with many corpses.
Hunt goes back to the door. Are you guys talking about leaving through the house?
Yes, I don't know if leaving through the house of the owned house of a potential noble would be that good of an idea with many corpses that we were trying to dispose of.
Right. Also, if we decide to go through this house, I think it would be pertinent for us to make our presence known. Because I would hate to be caught in the middle of the night by some jumpy noble who attacks us.
Yes, that is very true. I would, and they could easily come down on us with some kind of law.
Yes.
Well, before we decide if we're going through this house or not,
known and our intentions known.
before we decide to go through this or not, should we maybe try to figure out whose house this is?
Yeah.
You've made an investigation check to see if you could figure it out. There's no real clues within the chest that you're looking through. However, you could be. The chests look like blankets and kind of like other bedding and stuff for the beds that are set up in the bottom here. Maybe some clothes. There is another wardrobe in the bottom right over there that you see that you've looked through. Just clothes, looks like butler clothes and possibly maid clothes.
Okay.
So definitely where the help keeps their stuff.
Is there any Is there any heraldry or colors on the walls that would help identify whose house this is?
While you don't see anything specifically, there are different. There's no real heraldry within the basement that you can see. That's what I was trying to get at.
Okay. Hear me out.
Hearing you.
Why doesn't one or two of us dress in some of this maiden butler attire before we go up, just in case there's somebody there that sees us? We can just try to like blend in and make sure that this is like a safe place for us to try to go through.
I'm going to tell them that you are a new person that works here?
They're rich. Do you think they know every maid that works for them?
Yes.
Honestly, my concern right now is, did those two goblins over there enter into this area through the sewer, or did they enter the sewer through here? And if they entered through the sewer, were they the only ones who came in here? So I'm concerned for the safety of the actual occupants at this point.
Who what?
But I feel like if we go upstairs, we're like, hey, is everything okay? And they look in the sewer and they see all these dead bodies, then guess what? We've given ourselves away. I feel like we just ignore this and go the other way.
Well, if there are people who are either actively under attack or who were attacked by these individuals, I don't think they're going to be too remiss if the people who are attacking them are dead.
But if
Is
they're not being attacked?
Yes.
Is there a door at the top of these stairs, or is it just open?
There is. It's open, but it looks like it's pretty. It looks like a very small room.
I feel like we close this door and hashtag not our problem.
At the very least, to satisfy Gorthon's guilty conscience, could I maybe like try to listen up through the door and see if I hear any like battle noises or screaming? I mean, imagine you would be able to kind of hear some of that. It's pretty loud.
And clank, yeah.
Yeah, hold on.
Just gonna go like halfway up the stairs so they can't see me yet, but
As you get
The music
closer to
did kind of change to the sound of fire in the background, so now I'm concerned.
yeah.
So as you got to the upper parts of the stairs there, you don't hear much. You do hear some muffled like talking in the background, but it's very muffled. Nothing that you can actually really make out. It doesn't sound like screaming or fighting or anything like that, but you do hear flames.
Flames and muffled talking. Okay, I'm gonna come back down here and tell these guys. Like, you know, you were worried that somebody's in danger. I don't necessarily think they are. Because if the house were on fire or if someone is in danger, I doubt they'd just be calmly, muffly talking. There would be screaming, things going on. Yes, unless they're the one setting in the fire. But do you really want to go mess with the person who's setting the fire? You were worried about saving people. I don't think that person needs saving. So,
if possible, I would like... This may or may not be a good idea, but I would like to try and sneak up to the door and try to figure out what they're saying.
Okay, hold on.
I will sneak up to the door. I will open it a little bit. I will peek my head in and get the fuck out of there.
Okay, you I trust with this, but just to be safe, because I don't want us all to die, thank you. Come here, back before they can hear us. Let me give you some guidance, and then you can be on your way. Sound good?
I appreciate that. Yes, thank you.
There you go.
Oh, shit.
Well,
look,
so,
I did what I could. That's on you.
I know that you guys are gonna help him with this.
Anyways, You don't know how well you rolled still. Like, yes, you rolled stealth, but you don't know that you are being slightly loud. So
hold on, I need to roll a d4.
it rolled a d4. Or no, wait, no, it didn't.
Oh.
Yeah, it said 1d20 plus 4 plus 4.
How do I roll an extra d4?
Slash roll space 1d4.
Yeah.
So it looks like it added just 4.
There you go.
I have expertise. 14.
Oh, okay.
Well,
So that's 14.
It's my dex is
Okay,
4,
okay.
expertise is 4. Yeah.
that's fine. I was just trying to verify on that one.
Oh,
I was like, let me double click. Let me see where the hell the extra 4. Oh, okay, cool. That makes sense.
I guess I will wait to see what those guys are doing before I do
Okay.
anything.
So you rolled a 14.
yeah. Unless I have advantage for some reason, but yes, I rolled 14.
So you are at the top of the stairs there.
Is it locked?
It is not locked.
Okay.
It was slightly open, wasn't it?
No, there's just lights coming from upstairs.
Oh, okay.
Talking loud enough that you
I
could
am-
hear them.
Literally going
From
to
beyond
open
the
the door like this much.
Okay, as you look out, you see through the windows that there is fire outside. Just to the right. However, you don't see much other than that this enters in through the kitchen, like you've entered through probably the help's entrance into the house.
Okay.
Um,
Oh, sorry.
at the end of where you can see there is a there's another door, and then there is another door to your left at the end of the kitchen.
Okay. So when you say I see fires outside, do you mean like small fire, like a fireplace, or like fire?
You see fire.
Okay, I run back
Sounds
down
like the town's on fire. I don't think we have to worry about hiding bodies anymore.
All right, let's get the fuck out of this town. Let's exit back through where we came. It's very close to here. We'll exit through the inn and we'll go to the docks.
Good idea, because the tavern is close to one of the exits that we...
What were the
Yeah.
voices saying?
The back of the tavern is right next to the docks. We will run to the docks and steal a fucking boat.
Wait, what were those
I'm with
voices
you.
saying? What were they saying?
I could not hear anybody else. But the house is on fire. We need to leave now.
We should warn the people inside that their house is on fucking fire.
I think they know.
I think the house on fire will be warning enough for them.
You don't know who they are. Maybe the inn doesn't know. We should save the people we're friends with, yeah?
We do know the people at the end, and we need to get them out of here.
Alright, let's go back to the inn and Gorthon is like running.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, back in the sewers. Sal, time to go.
Now the town is on fire.
Well, that is bad news.
We have to go. We have to go. We gotta tell people the town's on fire. We gotta get people the fuck out of here.
I don't think we're saving too many people, but we'll save who we can.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at the very least, you don't have to worry about getting your friends killed anymore because of who you are.
Sal's like, well,
Damn.
I think that's already happened.
Wait, where am I? Where's the entrance to this place?
It's, the ladder at the corner. You entered.
Did I go the wrong way?
Let me see where you're at, yeah.
Oh yeah, I went the wrong way.
I moved you!
It was...
Nope.
Nope.
You're on it now.
Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know how to use it though.
You can't
Is
just
everyone
use it.
out?
I have to, like, pull you guys to the scene.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Whoop. That's not what I want to do. Okay, is everyone over there now?
Not yet. Eh,
There you are.
here we go. Ah!
There. Alright. So, as you guys enter back through the sewers there, you guys don't actually see much other than the dead bodies that you guys have come across. Definitely different quality of map here.
Oh, good, they're still here.
Fire!
Everyone, get out!
We gotta evacuate the town. Come
Oh,
on
they're
in.
not here?
They're not here. That was... I haven't been in this scene since...
Oh, okay, so you haven't moved it. Okay. Wait,
Yeah,
how do
no.
I get out of this little area? It won't let me leave.
Let me just make sure
Trapped
everyone...
forever.
You are stuck!
It says there's a wall. There we go. That'll do. Okay. So they weren't in that part of the tavern. Do you think they might have gone upstairs or into the back room? Should we split up real quick and just try to find them, make sure they're not still in here?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
As
I'll
you
check
guys
the back
are
room.
looking outside the windows, you guys see the rest of the town is on fire. You guys don't see much,
Fire!
much else other than the flickering lights of the fire and the tinder coming in through there. It has made you very weary of the safety of the rest of the town.
Alright, you guys
Rest of
find
the
the
town
staff.
is-
I'm going to... Anyone want to come with me? I'm gonna go start getting people to start evacuating if they're not already aware of what's going on.
Are we going to evacuate off the front of the town, or are we going to evacuate to the sea?
That's an excellent question.
I don't know. Can we see the piers from here from any of the windows?
If the dock's on fire, we can't exactly leave through there. If this town is surrounded, leaving through the docks might be the only option.
I'm just thinking that a boat on water is less likely to catch fire than more land.
Also, if the guards came in here from outside of town, they probably used the road. So
Yeah.
we should exit through the sea.
Okay, real quick, can I look outside and see if there's royal guards or goblins or anything in the streets? Like, who is in the streets right now? Is there anybody at all?
It doesn't look like there's a lot of people out in the streets right now. It looks like there is... Everyone who is aware has been evacuating. Everyone who is kind of... you hear kind of some screams in the background, but nothing more than distance. Or distant.
Right. Well, Gorthon's going out the front door. Anybody who wants to join him are...
I'm going to spend a minute running around here and seeing if I can find anyone who works here and get them out of here.
Anger, you do not find anyone within the tavern.
Okay.
It looks like it has
Okay.
been successfully evacuated.
I'm gonna take a moment to put on the royal guard armor that I found.
It's good. It takes like 10 minutes.
It takes like 10 minutes? Yeah, I don't have
15
10
minutes
minutes.
for heavy armor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
don't have that
Gorthon's
kind
going
of
outside while this is happening.
time. It was a good idea, but that'll take too long. I don't want to die. Alright, fine. Let's go. Let's get out of here.
Okay, are you guys going out the front door?
Yeah, I don't
Or
know of
back
any other
door?
door here.
Unless it's blocked, I don't see any other option.
Okay,
Yeah.
give me 1 second here.
Unless you want us to bust through some windows. I could do.
I am built for it.
Why don't we do that then? Why don't we go towards the side that is the closest to the docks and just
The
bust
back.
through that window
So,
and make
Well,
a
I'm-
beeline for it?
I'm going out to start evacuating people who haven't already evacuated. If
Yeah.
you guys want to do that,
I'd like to help you.
all right.
Yeah, I
I
feel
am-
like I have a moment of some trauma here from when I was trying to save the last town that was on fire. And my guilty conscience again, I can't just let you guys do it by yourself, so even though I really just want to make a beeline for it, fine.
Understand it's going to be okay.
Come on.
It's not going to be okay right now. Everything is awful right now, but we will save people. Come on.
I'm following out the door and deciding my decision after we get out there.
Okay.
Gorthon is gonna basically my plan, unless there's someone or something that's gonna stop us, I'm going to be running down the street, knocking on all the doors I can, saying, "Fire, evacuate!"
Yeah. I will assist. Here's my help action.
Okay, so you guys
Like,
are about double
And
the
I'm
size
not being
of-
gingerly about it. I'm basically like knocking so hard at risk of breaking doors here. We ain't got time to fool around.
So as you go run door to door, you actually don't see many people left in the houses. It looks like everyone has pretty much evacuated, other than the few bodies that have probably been killed in the streets. You don't see anyone of note that you would recognize in the streets dead, so at least you can take some type of solace in that. However, there definitely does not seem to be a lot of people dead. It looks like everyone has pretty much evacuated. It looks like the town is, for the most part, people are trying to, have been trying to get out.
Let's see.
Draco, right now, Twig, I can't not help them, but we have to make sure we have a way out of here. Go to the docks and make sure there's still a boat there.
I'm not going to the docks by myself.
I will come with you. Come on.
I'm too hurt.
You'll go with him?
Yes.
Alright, I'll help knock on doors. Come on. Divide and conquer, let's go.
Okay. Luckily with the docks, it doesn't look like the docks are really on fire. However, you guys are, at least not yet. Do you know of any way, let's see here.
If possible, I would also like to check to see if the gates are closed, and if there's people there, redirect them to the docks.
Alright, you start on the south side, and I'll go to the north side, and we'll meet in the middle and cut across to the docks, yeah?
You go to...
Alright.
Okay, me and Eek go to the south gate.
Draco, you are a very large person. We need to stay low and go slow. We are stealing a boat in the middle of a fire. It will look like we are the ones that started this. It's going to be very fun.
Wait, this bookstore, is it on fire too?
Yes. The bookstore
It is on fire?
On fire.
Is it like super on fire, or could I possibly get a book from here before it goes up in flames?
It is
Priorities,
on fire.
people.
It is on fire.
It is very on fire. Okay, darn it. Alright, we're gonna keep moving then.
Oh no, is that sweet old woman alive?
Hey, can I get a book, please? I know you're on fire, but please, book. Book.
Look, she had it on hold for me. It would be right at the counter.
You can go ahead and make an investigation check. I'm gonna let you do that, just in case.
She was holding it for me. I know exactly where it would be.
I'm gonna say you can see that the book is still on the counter from the outside window. The bookshelves are on fire though, and it looks like a very precarious way in there.
You know what? I've got a good amount of dexterity. I think I can do this. I want to try to get the book. I'm gonna try to get that book, and if I can, it was in a stack. I'm just gonna try to grab the book and the cookbook.
I guess while that's happening, is there anybody trying to get out through the south gate?
It seems like, from what you can see, it seems like everyone has evacuated that is at least still alive.
Alright.
Alright.
I'll still run by all the noble houses and bang on the doors saying, evacuate fire! All the way up the path. And then circle round to the docks. And I'll be yelling it real loud. Do I need to roll strength checks for how hard I'm knocking on these doors?
No, I'm not gonna.
Okay.
You're knocking. You know that you're strong and you're able to knock on a door. It's not necessarily like you're not trying to knock down the doors, but
Are you trying to knock down the doors?
If need be.
Alright.
If there are any doors that look like they're blocked or stuck closed, I'm gonna be knocking that shit down.
nothing seems to be locked or stuck.
Alright.
Everything seems to be pretty open. In fact, one of them actually looks like there could be people inside of it, talking.
I go in. I go into that one.
Where did my mouse? There's my mouse. My mouse completely disappeared from my screen. I was like, where the hell did it go? Anyway.
Or if the door is closed, I keep banging on the door like, what the fuck are you guys doing? The town's on fire!
Can you make a... Make an investigation check for me, please.
Alright. Here we go. 16! Not bad!
Okay, you did pretty well. As you're knocking on the door, you see some purple armor on the inside. You actually recognize this house as well.
Mm-hmm.
And you recognize the butler inside.
Is he being attacked?
No, they're talking. There is a town guard in there, as well as some purple armored folks.
Fuck.
Purple armor, that doesn't seem good.
Your family's a bunch of snitches.
Or at least the butler is.
I should have had you roll a perception check, but I'll take the investigation check. Let's go. That's what I was looking for, but that's fine.
Well, I'm still knocking real loud on the door, saying, get out of the house! The town is on fire!
As you open the door,
Mm-hmm.
or as the door opens in front of you, where are you? It's the second one from the top right. Where?
I'm over
So,
here.
yeah, but you've made yourself all the way up here.
I got kind of sidetracked, so you caught up to me.
And we'll continue with you in a second here.
Yep.
Let's... Where are you? Dear. So you see, one of the town guards you recently talked to, and he looks kind of like in a serious tone. He's the one who's missing his left ear, and but he looks friendly with the rest of the soldiers. The butler also seems kind of friendly with him, but you can't quite hear what's going on. You do see that the town guard turns behind and looks at you.
What the fuck are you guys doing? The town is on fire! We gotta get people out of here!
What do you think I'm doing?
It looks like you're standing in a building that's probably gonna catch fire!
We'll get out of here in time. Don't worry.
What's going on here?
Nothing. Just talking with the butler over here, trying to make sure everything's alright. He's getting out of here as well.
Insight check.
Go ahead and make an insight check.
I wish I had a better wisdom score.
Hey,
It's that intense moment where it's like the back and forth, the intense music, and then at the end of it, like, all right, well, see you at the docks, and he runs.
Cool.
I sense nothing wrong going here, because I rolled a 5.
Yeah. You don't see... You don't feel like there's anything else going on right now. You feel like he's telling the truth, that he was just trying to evacuate the people inside the house. The butler who was telling him, well, the master's actually not in. He won't be back for about a fortnight or so.
We should probably send a falcon or something out, give him a notice that the town is burning down.
So... Are you still talking to them then?
But as I'm, like, walking away...
Okay. So, as you're walking away, they said, Yeah, we'll get to it. Don't worry your britches.
Alright. And I run off to the docks because I am not wise enough to see when I am being deceived.
You're too pure.
Okay, so you said you're running off to the docks, right?
Yep.
I moved you.
If the gates are blocked or if there's people waiting outside the gates, it's not worth it trying to fight through them.
There's
I
not
say,
people waiting outside
if
the
I
gates,
pass
but
briefly, I say, come on, we're going back to the docks. While she's doing her thing.
Go ahead and make an athletics or acrobatics skill check, whichever one you're better at.
Me?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, please. Oh.
Dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, can you make a dexterity saving throw? That's a good one. Thank you.
I know it. There we go. Saving throw. 19!
Okay, so you take 2 points of fire damage.
Got it. Worth it.
And then make another acrobatics check, please.
You got in. Now you gotta get out.
I'm gonna take all the fire damage, but it's fine.
Okay. Make another dexterity saving throw. Okay. You take another 2 points of fire damage.
Okay. Still worth it.
So, as you make it out, you're like, just a few parts of your clothes caught on fire, and you're like, ow, 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 ow. Trying to put it out as you get out of there.
It's cool. It's cool. We're good.
I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm cool. Make one more dexterity saving throw.
Really putting my life on the line for these bugs. You better be grateful.
So right as you're leaving the store, you drop the book on the inside of the frame.
Dun dun
Both
dun.
books?
Yeah, the books.
I dropped them on the... So I don't get them?
It's not that you don't get them, it's just that they're right there. So you're gonna turn
So I
around.
have to try to grab them again?
Yeah. Just...
Okay, fine. Reaching. I'm like, I did this much already, I can't. I'm like crying as I grab for them. I'm just like, come on.
Okay. Go to make an acrobatics. Yeah.
Alright.
So you definitely do not get yourself burned. As soon as you drop them, you exit the door and you turn around and you grab them with your other hand, like you like hit the door frame and you drop them and then turn around, use the momentum to keep going, and you successfully get the books out of the store. The books that you they were having held for you.
Okay.
Okay. Does it look like there's anybody on any of these boats?
Looks like there's quite a few boats missing. There is about one left right now.
It's about one or actually one?
Well, there could be a boat. They could be a boat that's on fire too. So about one.
Okay.
That's cruel.
Does it look like there's anybody on the boat that is not on fire?
Not
I
right
hope
now.
one of you knows how to drive a boat, because I don't know! And Gorthon climbs on the boat.
Well, it's also a unique boat because they are flying ships.
Okay.
We may have made mistakes.
Also, do you know how to fly any... Do you know how to maneuver this?
Nope.
Can I have you guys make a arcane check? All of you.
Okay.
Arcana check, here we go.
I am proficient in
I
Arcana.
have a 0 modifier to intelligence, and I rolled 16. Apparently, I have read books on flying boats.
I am proficient in Arcana.
Okay. As you are looking at the boat there, Angar, you're the only one who is making any type of... I guess I'll have Sal make a check too here real quick. Since he actually is someone who could, you know...
Practitioner of the arcane arts.
I'm in the foundry. It's like super lagged behind.
Okay. Sal and I know what we're doing.
Okay,
Good.
so Sal...
Tell us what to do, we'll be your deckhands.
As you guys are getting on the boat, he's like, well, I'm not proficient in flying this thing. I can kind of like guide you, but it's not going to be. I don't know if we're going to get very far.
We need to get away from things on fire.
Oh, okay. So,
We
as you
don't
guys,
necessarily have to get somewhere far, just not here.
This is a
Okay.
run before you crawl situation.
Alright, since
It'll be fine.
Gorthon at the very least had I think he has a high enough Arcana where he's not hindering anything. So he's gonna check on Eek. Hey, how you hanging in there? You okay? Do you need some juice? It's okay. It's okay.
He's like,
We're gonna get through this.
It's on fire.
We're gonna get through this. It's okay. Breathe. In, out, in, out.
So as you guys are getting the boat untied, you can actually see the fire starting to move towards the docks. You guys all had made it onto the ship, and you don't see anyone who's like actually setting the rest of the fire. However, you do see, like I said, the fire moving towards you.
Pico, put that great axe to good use and cut us free.
Sorry, say again? The
Pico,
fire's very loud.
Use your great axe to good use. Cut us free.
I don't have a great axe, but I have a battle axe, so I'm gonna do that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay.
And Gorthon's gonna start chopping.
Okay, go to make a strength check.
Strength athletics?
Attack!
Make it
Attack the rope!
Make an attack roll.
Alright. That's good. Attack! Normal! Fuck!
I'm gonna go give him a hand.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it again!
Okay.
Every second counts! Okay, the second one wasn't as bad.
Let Draco there. Draco, you've started to chop at the side of the boat. Gorthon, the first rope that you can see that there's 6 ropes there. Go ahead and you have hit the first one. Go ahead and roll for damage on that one.
8.
You have successfully chopped that rope after 2 tries.
All right,
I'm gonna try to attack one of the back ropes.
Okay, go ahead.
another rope.
Draco,
16 hit
you
the
again hit the side of the boat. Somehow this inanimate object is evading your...
Your wrath.
It's the
You're
smoke. It's in my eyes. I can't
Right.
see.
Does a 16 hit the rope?
Yes, a 16 does hit. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Damaging the rope with 10.
Okay, you have successfully chopped that rope as well.
I'm
Right.
determined to destroy one of these ropes.
Next
I'm
rope.
getting all my red rolls out of the way.
You have successfully hit
15.
the first rope that you've been trying to go for, Draco, and same thing with you, Gorthon. Both roll for damage. Draco, you have chopped a rope.
Yay!
7.
That's what, 3?
What was
So
that?
I got 3, not including this one. No, I got 2. This one should be 3.
That one's 3,
So
and then you
4.
guys have 2 more.
Alright, so we're each gonna attack a different one.
Okay.
Attack.
Draco,
All right.
you have rolled successfully, and Gorthon, you have also rolled successfully. And you took out all your anger on that last rope there.
Is
Fucking
6
rope.
enough?
Get your fucking rope!
Six is enough. You guys have both.
All right.
I also need you to make a strength check there, Draco. You have overdone it with this last rope here, and your battle axe got a little stuck in the side of the boat.
What do you want me to do? Just roll a...
Just straight up strength, just for flavor.
how do I do that?
Hit on your character sheet. Hit strength. Should just be
Yeah, under
Ability
attributes on
check?
the far left side.
yep, ability check.
Once I'm done cutting the ropes, I give Eek a piece of jerky. And I say, shh, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
So as you're
We're gonna
trying to
make it
pull
through
it
this.
out, you're still a
power
little
of
stuck
friendship.
there. You're not quite. You're a little angry with this because you missed the first like 3 swings, and then you got 1 and 2, and now your damn axe is stuck. Go and roll
Sure.
another strength check real quick.
I'm gonna spit on it and yell, you stupid fucking axe! Fuck this boat!
All right, you successfully get it out, and you are pissed, but not raging, just pissed.
Really angry.
All right, so
I would fly.
Should I be rolling
Lord.
thanks to calm Eek down?
let's get the other 2 who are working on the boat first.
Sure. I'll wait.
So Sal, since he knows a little bit about arcane than you do, let's see here. Yeah, you rolled a 21, he rolled a 24. So Sal was able to, he's kind of helping direct you to what you would be having to do to try to get the quote-unquote arcane engine started.
I'm more of a ritual practitioner, less of a mechanical one. I wear mechanical devices.
They're not mechanical. It is still like an
Yes.
arcane engine, but it is still like it's very unique. As you're getting it started, he's pointing like you need to turn this a certain way, and he points at a crystal and tries to kind of like, and he says we're gonna turn them at the same time. I don't know if we can get off the ground with these because, well, to say the least, I've never flown one of these, so
I have no idea what
let's
I'm
just try to
doing
use it as a normal boat. So we'll float to the other side of the map, or the bay over here, and try to get away from the fire.
To assist at all, since I was a guard for one of these, and I have general knowledge of how the crystals work.
You guys are still chopping ropes.
Yeah, you guys were chopping ropes at this time.
Okay.
I'm just standing there waiting for instructions.
Doing sleight of hand.
What did you?
Move it at the same time as them.
The 3. Yeah, go ahead and roll. Let's do a. Let's do another Arcana check between the two of you.
Okay.
And roll. Yeah. That's good.
Arcana for me?
No, between Sal and Anger.
Oh, okay.
So you guys have both successfully started the engines. The engines. So you kind of hear them just kind of whir, like. As you guys are starting to move them, you feel the boat kind of get like jarred a little bit, like it's like just getting kind of a little bit loose. And at this point, Draco, you would have just hit your final rope, and this is what caused you to get your axe stuck in the side of the boat. The initial jarring of the engine starting on the boat. So now that the engines have started, Sal says, "Okay, well now we have to go up into the bow over here, or not the bow, but the back part of the boat, the stern, right? Yeah, the stern, and where the controls for the boat are." What was that?
Boat words.
Boat words. There's starboard, and what's the other one?
Port?
Port side.
Port side.
Port is left, starboard is the right.
Yeah. So anyways, yeah, you guys have gotten up into the steering pattern, and he's go ahead and roll another Arcana check with him, and then since you're up there as well, Lithwi, I'm gonna have you roll too, just to kind of like roll not an Arcana check, but roll a investigation check for you.
Lithwi, please help me.
Trying.
Guide me. Five.
Oh, okay. Guidance, you got it. It's quick and easy. Here you go. Go for it, dude.
I hit it twice, so just the one.
Just the one.
21.
You still got a 21, Sal got a 23. Between the two of you, you guys have figured out how to change the direction of the ship there. That has allowed you to start moving the boat backwards, and I don't have a movable token to be able to move you guys across the way here, but I'm going to do one thing to kind of get you guys to be able to see a little more. Hold up. Where is vision? Unrestricted vision range. Thank you. Did that work? That didn't work.
Ugh.
How much can you guys see right now?
Same.
Okay.
Same.
Yeah.
Buddy, unfurl the sails.
There we go.
There we go.
You
Alright.
can see everything. It is not there we go. Hold on. Let me go back to nighttime. I'm gonna give you guys.
Fire is all encompassing. Everything is bright. It's like daytime.
Daytime. Nighttime.
Whoopsies.
Nighttime.
Nighttime. Daytime. Nighttime. Daytime.
So I'm gonna move you guys on the map here. To kind of give you kind of a direction of where you guys are.
I didn't mean to do that, sorry.
You're fine. You haven't actually moved. So let's say that you've made it out this far here.
What?
Where are
Well,
these?
at least we're not on fire anymore.
So, you guys have successfully made it. However, none of you have figured out how to fly the ship. You have realized that this is a more, a lot more difficult than you would have thought to be able to steal an airship.
In my book that I successfully finally saved, it was about like the flying animals and stuff like that. Is there anything in it about flying a ship?
Negative.
Oh, okay.
If we survive this, we should probably hire a ship captain. If this is still in our possession.
So, you guys have reached close to the other shore by now.
Is there like a lever or a switch or a button or something that says like lift or up? Like, can I read anything that's on any of the like panels?
Are there other boats?
Can I roll investigation?
All the boats that you see here, there's none left. You guys got the last one.
Right. But, like, are there any boats parked at the other shore where people might have gotten off?
No, because most
Basically,
of the
we're
other
looking for people.
Or did they just
most
scatter?
of everyone else who probably would have been driving the boats before would have been able to know how to fly them.
So they would have been long gone.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Do you want some guidance while you try to figure out how to fly this boat?
Yes.
Okay.
No,
I have no idea what I'm doing, but maybe I can help you.
I know the switches for acceleration. I'm trying very quickly.
So you
Just
have figured
push
out how
buttons.
to accelerate it, and you've figured out how to reverse it. You have not figured out how to lift.
I need up.
Can I look around the boat to see if there's any other part of the boat, like, you know, an engine or something somewhere else that needs somebody to push a lever or something there that's not at the direct commands?
You can
So-
look. Go ahead.
I'm looking for two switches or buttons or levers or something that is either slow down so we don't ram the shore.
Oh,
or up.
you know how to slow it
Also-
down. You know how to slow it down.
Okay.
Oh, why did I have to fall asleep during sailing class?
This is not your normal sailing, Gorthon. I'm sorry.
Either way, some knowledge would have probably been helpful.
Should I roll
no clue what I'm
investigation
doing.
or Arcana?
What did you say, Angar?
Investigation or Arcana to find this thing.
To fly or to slow down?
Yes, I'm looking for the up button.
The up button?
Switch or up
The up button.
or-
You and
or
Sal have been
crystal
looking
button.
for the whole time that you guys have been trying to control the ship. In the heat of things, you guys have not figured it out. You guys have just kind of...
I would like to look one more time before we slow it down.
Okay, go ahead. Try one more time. Sal tried too, but he's
Is it
not very
Arcana
confident.
or-
But make it with a
Investigation or Arcana?
make an Arcana check with disadvantage.
But you also had guidance.
We have guidance. So that's 15. 19.
No, neither you or Sal can figure it out at this time. It's not anything that you guys are doing really. It's just that it's a very difficult contraption, and it's just beyond your comprehension right now.
All right.
Here's a potentially stupid idea. Eek! Have you ever been on an airship before? No! Damn it! That's all I had.
And then Eek kind of rolls up to and just starts like pounding on the thing, like.
Okay. I would like to slow the boat down enough where we still I want to shore the boat.
Okay. So
I don't
you
want to
got.
like, I don't want to like ram the side, but I want to like, I don't want the boat to. Wait, we chopped off the anchor, so don't want the boat going away.
You didn't chop off the anchor. You chopped off the shoring to the ropes.
Yes.
To
Yeah.
the shoring is different than the anchor.
Yes. Yes, I would like to shore the boat.
Okay. So
Are
as
we
you,
shoring the boat inside the walls or outside the walls?
But
Okay, outside.
Right where we are right now.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so as you guys get ready there, you guys actually have a you successfully slow down the boat enough to be able to get it to it's actually kind of a cliff face right there, but it's
okay.
still low enough that you can pull it up
Okay.
and then
Then I'll just drop anchor next to the cliff face.
yeah.
We need to figure out how to drop anchor.
No, you guys have kind of like
Okay.
that part's pretty close to a normal boat.
So we're running low on options.
So
No one knows how to fly this stupid thing.
No.
you guys don't know how to fly it, but you guys do know that how to sail a boat.
We can move it.
You
so
can
at
move
least
it.
there's
Figured
that.
out how to operate a sea vehicle, kind of.
Is the area next to us on fire?
No, you guys are now outside the city walls. You can see the city is on fire. It doesn't look like the fire's quite made it over to the power for the city there. However, it luckily doesn't look like it's hurt much of the power supplies over there.
Alright.
Salazar, what would happen if the fire gets to the power station?
I assume big explosions,
Big explosions?
but it doesn't look. It would have to cross the body of water to be able to actually make it this far.
Well, question for you, Sal. Would there be, in case of emergency, someone that would be at the power station that would try to make sure that kind of thing didn't happen, or like guarding it, that we could possibly convince to maybe fly this boat for us?
I don't know. I don't have much experience with the power station, other than it is a power station.
Got it.
It's out of my threshold.
Can we even get over there from this side of the wall?
Well, I
You
mean,
have
we
to-
could always move the boat again.
Yeah.
Yes, just move the
Um,
boat again. It is not easy.
Well,
You
what
say
else are
that
we
like
gonna
I
do?
know
Just sit
anything
here?
about
We'll have to
boats.
move it again eventually.
We will have to move it again eventually, yes.
Gorthon, did you see anybody while you were rescuing people?
There was that fucking butler.
The butler was still in the town.
Did you get your butler free?
Well, he was talking to one of the guards, and there was some guys in the purple armor, and I was by myself, and they didn't seem to be up to anything too untoward at the time. Though, in retrospect, I realize I might just be real bad at reading people.
Okay, so there are definitely still guards of some sort in the town. Whether they're friendly or not friendly, we don't know for sure, but they're there.
Were they threatening your butler, or were they nice with your butler?
It seems like they were having a serious but civil conversation.
It could be anything.
So, how many people knew that you were in this town?
I don't know.
Oh, he has Sal. Sal says,
I'm sorry.
not very many people actually knew that I was, wolfing inside the town.
Okay.
That's
How
why, like I said, if most of the people who they might have figured it out at a certain point, but
How?
you said how?
Yes. How would they have figured this out?
Well, I mean, I don't know, but it's just one of those things where
Where an entire town gets burnt down. Yes, it's just one of those things. I
Yeah.
need you to think a little bit harder.
Hey now, no need to be mean.
go
Sorry,
make an
I-
intimidation
I-
check there. Um,
15. This is a guilt check.
yeah. So Sal comes back and says, well, I don't know how they would figure out that I was a wolf fiend. There's not a telltale sign other than, you know, I have a tail, which usually is tucked into my pants, and, you know, I have longer ears, but, you know, you could just kind of correlate that with maybe an elf or an elfin kind person.
Yes, let me assist you a little. Do you think that anyone could have put those telltale signs together? Did you ever, like, were you ever taking a piss in the side of a building or something, and somebody could have possibly seen you or ratted you out? Do you think that there was any possibility with the people that knew you that any of them may have ratted you out for any reason?
I sure hope not. Other than, I don't know.
Well, hope not. I'm sure that someone did, because that entire town is, I can see it from here. I don't have good eyes, and I can see that. So we need to figure out how this happened so that it doesn't happen again.
I don't think it's Sal's fault.
I'm not blaming Sal, but something happened to where, no, I am kind of blaming him a little bit.
You blame him for being alive? It's not exactly.
No, I'm not blaming him for being alive, no. But an entire town just got lit on fire, and I think it is important that this never happen again.
Well, I also think it's important that it never happens again.
Good, then we need to find out how it happened in the first place.
Sounds
I
like
think
things going
A
around.
tiny bit more important than finding out how it happened is figuring out how the heck to get away from here. Because this place, I mean, the Royal Guards are here. And eventually they could find us. They could grab another one of those ships. They could come over here. I think it's kind of important that we figure out how to get out. And then we can figure out how to make sure this doesn't happen again in the next place.
There's only the ship that we have right now.
Yeah?
And we have a choice. We can either get out of the ship now, climb the cliff face, and run, or we sail until a little after where we can find a beach and then go from there.
So, here's the thing about sailing. You have to know how to fly an airship to be able to sail within the world.
So, like, even if you're using the boat like a boat,
As a boat.
It's a very...
you have to know how to operate an airship to get it to work.
to be able to get like off a continent or off of a an island or some sort. You know,
So this is basically like an islandish area that we're in right now.
you
And
just
we
have to...
have any further, we gotta fly.
Yeah, if you need to, it's not necessarily an island, but this area of the quote-unquote sea is very much like a bay. It's as big as a bay, then that's it.
We're at
however,
the edge.
yeah. However,
And then
there is
it's-
a river that goes, as you would probably know. There's a river that goes into inland that you could sail, but you could probably be pretty much seen from another, from the shore at that point.
I'm just going to try to suggest sailing upriver, but it's whatever you guys want to do, because I don't know how to operate this thing.
I mean, neither do I, and I think it would be very. We're a giant moving target right now. on a stolen boat.
Can I don't know how this works because it says it needs a target, but could I use Sacred Flame and, like, make a distraction in the opposite direction so that they see this big glaring light and then we kind of sail on past? Is that a possibility? I don't know because it says spell target creature.
I believe it has to be a creature for Sacred Flame.
Okay. Okay.
Does that check with everyone else there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does anybody else have anything that they could do to make a distraction?
Well,
I mean, the town is on fire, and we are very far away, and we are incredibly dark. We are in the shadow right now. If we wanted to climb this mountain, I don't think anyone would see us.
You could probably pretty much just hop off the cliffside, or hop off the boat onto the cliffside there.
Yeah.
Like,
I was just thinking about if we were to sail inland, because he said that we could be seen from, the shore, and these people clearly don't care about the fire that they just set. They wanted to make sure everyone's dead, so they'd be on the lookout for anyone trying to escape. So if we were to go inland, we would need some sort of distraction. But if we're just going up the cliff face, it's a little different. And it seems like that's kind of our best option.
Be to borrow an airship to give to my father for a technological boon. I don't know how to fly this fucking thing, so I say we just ditch it.
Well, at least we know where it is if we need it again later. Unless someone else finds it.
I have an idea. What if everyone jumps off now, I can start the boat again, and then I'll jump off while it begins to move, and I can send this boat out into the ocean so they think we're going that way. And then they follow the boat, and we run the opposite direction. Just turn the engines on and jump off.
Does anyone have a rope to tie to him just in case he misses the cliff?
Do you know how to swim in case you missed the cliff?
Yes, I know how to swim, yes.
Okay.
Read a rope.
I have 50 foot of rope.
Okay, so we have rope we can tie to you. The only downside I see in that is that there's 0 chance that we have a boat, but like you said, they wouldn't know that this is where we got off.
Yes.
I think before we do that, we should explore this area some, because how do we know this isn't just another cliff on the other side?
So, a real quick scouting party just to go up and make sure we're good? And then we can come back and ditch the boat?
Yes.
Yeah?
That's good.
Okay. I'm still in pretty good health. Is anybody else still in pretty good health around here that can go with me? Or should I just go alone?
I'm a little beat up, but I've still got some of my magic hands. So I should be fine.
So, you mentioned that, and then Eek just jumps off. He's like, I'm off to sing!
Okay, we're going!
Follow Eek, let's go! Who knows
Sail
what he's
boat.
doing? I follow.
Okay, so...
I don't like being in the air on something I don't understand.
You guys all have dark vision, so you guys can see that it's pretty much flat land. There is a forest off in the distance. It doesn't look like there's any other water, and you know geographically right now that there's no water directly, like, right here.
Okay. I will turn the boat on to go that direction, like just off into the, towards the Gulf.
Okay.
Seems we're okay. Go ahead and let it go.
Are there torches on the boat to lanterns?
Yes.
I would like to light those
Okay.
and then ship the boat off.
Okay.
That it
Hey.
looks like people are on
Hey.
the boat.
Take one and don't light it just in case we need one.
Yes, I will take one also. And I have to dry it off afterwards.
Well, did you get rope tied to you? Because then you won't be in the water.
Yeah,
My goodness.
just tie rope to you and pull you up.
All right, I do that.
Okay. So you have the rope tied to you. You have a torch on you. Is that what it was?
Yeah, so I have a torch on me, and I'm lighting the different
Okay.
Yeah.
as
Now
you-
it looks like people are on the boat, and I will set it go.
How fast do you set it?
Just to like a pacing speed, so like 6 miles an hour, 8 miles an hour.
Okay. So as you are getting that going, go ahead and make a dexterity check, or sorry, a acrobatics check to make it off the boat.
15.
So as you
Can I try to catch him?
as you
That help?
I thought I was just jumping into the water.
you didn't have to jump in the water. So as you are setting it go, you are able to run, and you jump off the railing, and you make it about chest height onto the edge of the cliff there, and then kind of get a little bit of the air knocked out of you, but you are on the edge of the cliff.
Wonderful. All right.
Pull him up,
Okay.
because I'm right there.
Thank you. Okay. Hopefully they will think that we're on the ship.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
So, what do we do now?
Well, they might be all over the place looking for survivors, so I think now might be a good time to do what I couldn't do in the end and change my armor so that if they come across us, we can pretend some sort of situation and maybe talk ourselves out of it. They'll just think I'm one of them.
It'd probably work better for you. I'm a bit big. I don't think their armor would fit.
We have 2 sets of armor,
Yes.
so someone else could do it with me.
It is heavy,
wear armor.
heavy armor, so
It is heavy armor, so
It also has a mask.
yeah.
yes.
And I've got the shields too. I've got literally everything. I stripped them naked. So we've got everything we need to pretend to be a guard.
Tao,
That's 100 pounds of equipment.
do you think it would be helpful for you to wear it?
For me?
Sal,
Oh.
Sal says no.
Very-
I don't think I could actually pull off that armor. Not in a fashion sense, but I don't think it would be useful for me at all. It would make it very hard for me to do a lot of my arcane magic, and make it hard for me to move.
Rob,
Well, if we get caught with him and they somehow figure out what he is or who he is, we could always say that we've been told to bring him somewhere. And that's why he's with us.
I'd prefer just not. I'm not great at lying.
Good,
I
so
would
you can be a
prefer
prisoner too.
I would prefer just to avoid them or any potential
Yes, I think that we could.
roving bands altogether. Maybe we should just
Saran.
travel by the forest for a bit.
Saran said, or not Saran. Sal. Sorry, wrong character. Not at this point in time.
Okay.
Sal says, I would also like to avoid everyone at this point.
So it's just-
you had a plan to escape when this happened. What was your plan to escape to?
Well, I'd be going the other way, but this should work just fine. I would like to escape into the forest where it is less likely to be seen.
Yes. Is there a direction that you thought's beneficial?
South.
I think we should get to the forest and rest.
I agree.
I think, if possible, while traveling by the forest, of course, we should find a town, mostly so I can send word to my father about our political allies' home being burned down.
Very good idea. You should send word to him also that the kingdom that he married into, I suppose, is attempting to burned down its own crops and that he may want to stock up on additional supplies.
I'll write it in Orcish because I doubt these kingdom fucks can speak it.
Don't forget the part about genocide either.
Yes.
And that it is in fact the royal army.
Do you have siblings?
I have I have several siblings. Yes.
Oh, okay. Are they also married into royal families?
Well, my father is the one who actually went into the political marriage. It was an arranged marriage. Originally, they wanted my older brother, but my father said, no, I want my kids to be able to choose their spouses once the time is right, if there's a time. So,
Very wonderful.
currently, it is only my father who is matriarchally tied to the Lachlan's.
Hopefully.
As far as I'm aware,
continually,
I don't know. My brother's kind of a flirt. He might have married somebody.
Hopefully, continually, as this house has now been burned down, I hope they have another place, and that your father is not in danger.
I hope not. My father is much farther south, outside of, I believe, this kingdom's territories, so he should be fine.
Wonderful. I mean, this kingdom does not seem like its territories will last very long at the rate they are burning down their own people.
Historically, most
you make a
don't
very good
last
point.
very long after it starts killing itself.
Yes. I mean, hypothetically, Sal, you could just go from town to town. They try to chase you, and you just leave evidence of you there, and they just burn down their entire kingdom trying to chase you.
That doesn't seem like a very nice thing to do.
No, it doesn't. You warn the people that their town will be burnt down, and they go to a different kingdom because they hate their king. Revolutionary, you know.
Road trip to the royal city? Anyone?
I'm
Burns
very
down his own
tired.
house.
We might want to find a place to rest.
I would like to say that I would like a place to rest too. Yes.
Yeah, a place to rest
We're
would be
going
good.
into the forest. Please follow me. I'll try to find us a nice place.
Let's go.
Whee!
Alright, Nick, how you hanging in there, buddy?
Okay, so you guys are technically in the forest now. There isn't like a
11.
survival check.
Oh,
11. You're
Forest. Do I have advantage when I am going into? Hold on. Let me look at my features really fast.
I don't know about the Tasha stuff, right?
No, I'm looking for ranger stuff. Just
Well, it would be favored terrain on a normal ranger. I don't know about the Tasha.
yeah. So yeah, I don't know what they did with favorite terrain. They replaced it with something, but
Well, Tasha's added an optional thing to favor terrain. I can't remember exactly what it was, though. At least not off the top of my head. Hold on. Tasha's cauldron of everything.
Deft Explorer. Oh, okay.
Okay. So,
I just got 11.
11. So you're able to successfully find the edge of the forest and find kind of a not completely open area, but an open enough area for you guys to rest. You're able to. Sorry, I made it a little bit too loud for my thought processes. So yeah, you make it into the area there. Do you guys set a campfire or anything?
I would like to create like a boma like structure to like block off anyone being able to see us or like animals being able to like invade our spaces. I want to take like an hour to do that.
Okay, go ahead and make another survival check then.
Okay.
Nat 20.
Nat
Yeah.
20.
You have
Nice.
successfully hid you real well within the forest.
This is what you do.
Real well.
We've made a forest, though. It's pretty nice. It's 4-bedroom.
My mother's made me sleep outside more often than not. When I was going to get them ingredients for things.
Sal says, well, that doesn't seem like a very good thing for them to do.
It doesn't sound like something parents should
While I
do.
have 2 different kinds of hands, it was not the worst thing that they did to me.
Who wants to take
I
first?
guess
What?
I guess that makes sense. So, as you guys, let's see here. Hold up. That is like Diddy's volume mixer. What is? Oh, that's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing it from Alex's microphone there.
Sorry.
It's okay. I was trying to like figure out where the echo was. I was like, ah! I hear myself and I hear the other stuff. Anyways,
Oh, I'll wait.
As you guys settle down for the night, who's gonna be? Do we want to take a short break here? Because we're at about an hour 46 right now. And then we'll continue on from there.
Yeah, short break.
Okay.
I'm gonna go charge my headphones.
All right. So
Hello, chat.
I think it's just us in there again. That's okay. We're not doing this for money. This is just fun. So.
True. All right.
I was on the laundry last night and Kathy's husband. And Kathy is one of the
I'm going to go and get some yogurt.
That's crazy. The perfect for kids, like literally like dogs. I lived in Morocco, lived in Mali, Africa, lived in Belgium, lived in Israel, lived all over.
Alright. I'll be right back too, because I gotta use the restroom.
I stopped eating. Okay. We should help us here. She just had to Liz too, I think. I'm pretty sure she's done. Couple days.
Hello.
She told me about how she stabbed somebody and she was my roommate. I was like, oh no.
Did someone say burning down a town was like a way out? I don't remember.
It seems like the natural progression for most murder hobos to eventually burn down a town. But I didn't think we were in that kind of position.
Yeah. You know, like when some parties become some parties become murder hobos, and eventually it goes to burning down a town. Did we just escape the murder hobos?
I think we did.
I think we did.
Maybe.
I think the kingdom is a bunch of murder hobos, and that we're the actual townspeople. They're like, who the fuck were those guys?
Why? Why do this? Just wanted to be in town, make commerce.
We do trade. It's good.
Build political alliances.
You
Was it
will find
alliances or
I-
allegiances?
poetry.
Or both?
Yes.
Yes, got it. Sorry, a print finished. Just trying to...
All Gorthon wanted to do was go to town, say hi to his family, make friends, and now it's on fire.
And Angar just wanted to taste a flying fish. Literally it.
You might be able to taste the flying fish eventually there, Angar.
Just not today.
Not today.
The void fish.
Ooh. Is it devoid of flavor?
Devoid of flavor.
Nice.
Hi, puppy.
Hey, I have this theory that, like, okay, do you think that the Nine Hells would have food that is, like, way overpowered and you would hate eating it because the flavor would just be, like,
Too intense.
way too intense?
That would make a lot of sense.
I guess it depends.
Or would it taste
Were you
like
born there? Or are you a soul being tortured there?
So I'm wondering if, like, living in the Nine Hells, you'd either have something that's like way too powerfully done, or it wouldn't taste like anything, and
I'm thinking-
Or it always tastes like ash no matter what you're eating.
exactly.
I would think, like, comically bland.
Yeah, exactly.
My opinion,
It tastes like if
worst
Gray
kind
and,
of
like,
food is the food that's completely forgettable and has
like,
no
if
flavor.
if Gray and Beige had a baby, that's what it would taste like.
Right.
Oh, I've had that.
Oh.
So you're saying it tastes like a white person cooked it?
Yeah, right?
Oh, it doesn't taste like marshmallows on top of on top of sweet potatoes.
Yeah, no, I have had grits that somebody made that tasted like they made it with dirty dishwater, and it was a little bit grayish. And I was like, if gray were a flavor, this would be it.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if the Nine Hells taste like that.
I mean, quite possibly.
And then
Definitely.
I feel like there's different layers here. I feel like some of them you get the extremely bland food, and then other ones you get like the gray food. Others you get like, you know, overpowered, and then you get the ash in another layer.
Yeah.
There has to be differences.
Yeah, and I think that in all of the different planes of existence have different solutions to all of those. So what if all of that food is actually incredibly delicious, but they didn't add, there's one ingredient for each of them that they don't have on that plane of existence. So like salt from the earth plane, or water from the plane of water, or like a flower from Mount Celestia. You just need to add that, and then it's like, oh wow, you just made this gray taste like not like
It now tastes like Skittles.
Or no, it now it tastes like gray in the way that like ultimately blue sky is bland because it has no texture until a cloud comes along, and now it tastes like that cloud. It tastes like the gray that comes along when everything else is sane, and so it creates depth.
Maybe.
I kind of like the thought process of like, if you live in the Nine Hells, like that's just the place you live, and you're not damned there for eternity.
Yeah.
You get a lot of really spicy flavors. Because almost everything that lives in the Nine Hells are at least resistant to fire damage.
Yes.
So you get a lot of like incredibly spicy food. Like
Or
the
maybe-
mild end will still scorch your tongue talking spicy.
Or
What
maybe
if
you
you're,
actually enjoy
like-
the taste of ash.
Maybe, but if you're like damned and your soul has been sent there because you are a vile being in another plane, then there's like some kind of curse attached to your soul, so that no matter what you eat, like even if it's super spicy, you still get like the pain of the heat, but it's comically bland. Like you taste nothing.
You taste nothing, but you just feel pain. It feels like someone is stabbing your tongue. You
Yeah,
don't
like-
taste anything.
If you live there, or if you're visiting, you'll probably get like some of the most unique spicy foods you've ever had.
Yeah.
But if you are like bound to this place, like you have earned eternal damnation or something, then it's just bland, like the epitome of mediocrity in food form.
Yeah.
If you go visit, I heard the hot spots are just die for.
You should try this gray stuff. It's good.
Right. Because I think that's an interesting way to think about it. Because a lot of people tend to forget that the Abyss and the Night Hells,
Yeah.
like, these are still places where living beings
Yeah.
live. Like, this is their home.
Yeah. Like, Limbo belongs to both the Githyanki, the Githzerai, and Slads, and they
Like,
all live there.
Oh yeah, the Astral Sea.
Yeah.
Like, that isn't just a place where souls go. At least in D&D, that's also a place where a lot of very vibrant and different creatures live.
Yes. The ethereal plane is filled with rainbow-colored pools that lead to different planes of existence.
Right,
And-
you probably get some of the craziest food out of the ethereal plane.
Yeah, and that is Angar's goal right there. He wants to build a restaurant in the ethereal plane so that anyone from any plane of existence can go and have.
You got a fucking pit fiend head chef and a few minor celestials as waiter.
Yeah, hell yeah.
That'd actually be kind of kick-ass.
Well,
And visit.
if you do, what is it? Invisible Servant, or what's the spell?
Unseen servants.
The Unseen Servant, it summons something that can't be seen. But if you're in the ethereal plane, you can probably see it. because you could that's where you go when you go invisible.
Yep.
So
Well, I
maybe-
guess
Gremlin.
technically speaking, being in the ethereal plane and being invisible are slightly different,
slightly,
but I still get where you're coming from.
yeah. Well, you're visible. Oh, Gengar.
It hurts.
Oh, don't step on it. That's filthy.
Oh, no.
stuff.
Oh no. Yeah, that'd actually be really cool. Having a restaurant in either the ethereal plane or the astral sea. Because they tend to be like in those places in between all the other planes.
Exactly. And that's
It'd be like the tavern on the edge of the multiverse.
Yes,
Yep.
the tavern at the end of time.
Excuse me.
Oh, we have a new player.
We have found a dog.
Yes.
The dog has.
I didn't know we had a druid.
Yeah. Permanently in wild shape.
Alright, let's see here.
He has to roll a deception check to convince us all he's a druid.
See here.
Dogception.
Dogception. And hello, we are back.
It says 17. We rolled a 17.
The
Okay,
druid is
so-
here. Everyone say hi.
I'm gonna go grab my headphones and see if they're charged enough so that you don't get.
Okay.
Oh, you're okay. Like it was just that one little bit like near the end that it was kind of weird.
But I'll see if they work.
Okay.
But yeah, this has been next to me all night,
Nice.
distracting me and staring me down.
That
And if
pupper
you hear growling, she has a toy now. So she turns into a little gremlin.
That'll do it.
Can I say hi? Say hi. No, all done.
Bark, bark.
But yeah, I was joking with John earlier. I was like, I could totally make her a Discord account and she could just join us. I mean, she's here every night anyway.
That would be cute.
Just have it run off of like another computer or something.
Yeah. Well, I have my phone. I could run Discord off of my phone and have her do it through that.
Yeah.
Puppy cam.
I just don't have another computer to run Foundry off of. So,
Well, no, that's fine. Let's see.
but yeah,
I have.
we could make her on Discord.
I think I've got 3 computers technically here with me, so that's great.
Yeah.
I mean,
Plus-
technically, I have an iMac in the computer or in the closet.
You have an iMac.
Yeah.
That'd be okay
Yeah.
for dog cam.
Yeah.
Sounds like a lot of work for a dog cam.
Meet
Stay off screen.
Jolene the Druid.
She can stay
Ow.
off screen.
So
We're up.
this plastic is like super sharp.
Okay.
So, game-wise, Gorthon definitely wants to find a stream or something. Wash all the gunk and viscera off.
Going to make a survival check
Yeah.
for that.
I agree. Would you like? I can try to find you a stream.
Oh, I'd love to help.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So roll a survival check there, Angar, with a with advantage. Yep.
25.
Nice.
25. Yeah.
25.
So you're able to find a small stream, something not too big, but big enough that you guys can wash off.
Okay.
You guys are taking a long rest, I assume, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So Gorthon, you notice as Angar takes off his overcoat and his shirt, he also has a large scar down the center of his chest.
Looks like you've been through
Alright.
something. You've been through it, haven't you?
Yes, it's not just my arm and my leg and my eye that I am missing.
Boy. Well,
Yes.
Gorthon is not scarred. He hasn't, like, really been through too many fights or instances where he hasn't had, like, immediate access to medical care that would cleanly close things up. But it looks like you've had a rough time.
My mother's. I don't know why. I was very, very young when they took these things from me. I honestly don't know how I'm alive right now. It's very baffling to me. I like pop my arm off and like start like kind of under one side and like start washing it off. Yeah, they took these things and they put them in jars for many years. I don't know what they planned on doing with any of them. But
what are they, like crazy wizards or something?
In a matter of speaking, yes. They are these. They dabble in making deals in different areas with not so great individuals.
That sounds like some stories I heard when I was little.
Go ahead and make a Arcana or History check there, Gorthon.
I'm very historically. I'm not sure what Gorthon does and does not know, to be honest.
Yeah, so that's why, like,
Yeah.
you might have heard stories, but you don't recall what the stories were about.
Yeah, like
Yes.
we live in a magical world where a lot of things are commonplace, but I don't know what I should and shouldn't know.
It's fine. It's not a big.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here to help.
I can't seem to remember the stories very well. Either way, it sounds like you've had a rough time.
Yes, they are.
Gorthon says while he's like cleaning out the nooks and crannies in his armor with a little brush.
I'm trying to get away from this right now, and I just know that the town burnt down. I know that neither of us were there for that, and it's just like I just wanted to get away from people doing bad things in front of me.
I can understand that.
Go and do nice things for other people.
I can respect that.
Okay.
Well, I can't say I know what'll come next. I can say that we work together. Maybe we can stop these kind of things from happening again.
I appreciate people like you being in this world.
Oh, stop it, you flatterer.
Of course.
Right. After being all cleaned up. Alright. So we're back to camp.
Yes.
Alright.
So
Who would like to take?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Who would like to take first watch?
I'll go.
Well, I'll take second.
Okay. Before we all get to sleep, Angar, I have something for you.
What is it?
Remember that shop we visited? I got you the cooking book.
Really? Everything burnt down? That was. Oh my goodness.
My clothes are a little singed, but no worries.
Oh no. Did I take? I didn't. Shit. I was like, did I take mending? Fuck. Oh my goodness. Are you okay?
Yeah. I got that in the book about the flying creatures. It just they were together, and I figured, after everything you've been doing for me, and I think we're going to be really good friends. You always seem to be on my side for those crazy ideas. So
Thank you very
here.
much. I really appreciate that. We will try to cook you something out of this to thank you for this.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
I'm gonna do that thing that Toft does, where she just hits the ground and like pops up a tent. Cold Earth. Damn.
Okay. All of that to go for flavor then.
It's like you had a preset tent ready specifically so you could do that cool move.
Yes. And create bonfire.
So as you guys get back,
Rested up on fire.
as
Sorry,
you get,
keep it.
It's okay. I'm not upset. I'm just trying to. As you guys get back to camp there, it's pretty secluded. You've done a very good job in hiding it and making sure that it's not visible from the outside there. First watch, please go ahead and make a perception check with advantage.
Ooh.
So as you're up through the night, you might have seen a few, like, outside of the woods, like, torches or anything else like that kind of pass by looking for your survivors or something along the lines. You're not entirely sure, but nothing, no one's taken notice to you or your camp there.
Yep.
And second watch, go ahead.
Alright. Perception with advantage?
Perception with an advantage.
Alright.
It goes pretty much the same for you there. You are, you're able to kind of see outside the woods, but no one has really making any tricks within the woods there. And none of them have taken notice to the camp within.
Roll.
And
Oh, sorry.
everyone go
Over the
ahead and
course
level
of
up
the
to
rest.
level 3.
Yay.
Okay, so because of the path or the oath I am picking, should I do it on D&D Beyond and then send it to you?
No, it should all be within Foundry.
Wow, it is in here. Yeah.
Okay.
So everything
First-
in the top right of your character sheet should be the level up right there.
The top right?
Top right.
Were you re-rolling ones for hit points?
Yes, please reroll your 1
Okay.
for your hit point. We're gonna go ahead and do average or above. So if you're gonna roll, it's gotta be, if it's, yeah.
There you go back.
Ooh,
that
I rolled
average
good.
Yeah, you did. Oh, wow.
Gorthon's a healthy boy.
So, Draco, you can go ahead and reroll.
How do you reroll?
Just hit /roll 1d12 plus 2.
9! Yeah!
There you go. Much better. Okay. So now let's
It was
let me pull some
23.
character sheets here.
23. So it'd be 34.
You might have to take off how much you rolled the last time. So
I did. It was 23 max.
New
spell. Yep, that'll do it.
What, no, not. What are you doing? Why can't I delete that? What the heck? I can't make adjustments to my character.
You should be
Apparently,
able to.
I put 34. Oh, there we go.
Oh, I do gain Guiding Bolt and Heroism.
There we go. Sheesh.
Oh, nice. I have aid now.
That it just auto end a spell for me. How do I?
Did you level up the specific? Which spell did it give you?
deleted it because I was like, I didn't want this spell.
Certain ranger things get things automatically.
I was gonna say you might have gotten it automatically from just leveling up in Ranger.
Yeah, let me just.
So if I pick something I'm already proficient in again, does it just increase? Or no?
You can go up to expertise, which would give you double the proficiency.
I don't think it did anything. 'Cause it still says proficient.
Pull up yours here.
Wait, are we
guess-
supposed to be getting an extra proficiency, or is it
Oh,
just because
so
y'all
I
are
do
selecting
get
your
that.
subclasses now?
Well, it might
I
be.
think that's just stuff.
It's
Yeah.
probably because of different classes have different things at different sets of time. What
Got
did
it.
you add into there, Draco?
Intimidation, so it was proficient, so I changed it to expertise, is that right?
Yeah, let me see how that works specifically for a barbarian.
Yeah. I guess if you will allow me for flavor, because we just hit that level over the course of Gorthon's watch, in addition to making sure everything's not gonna get attacked anytime soon, he can make sure Eek is sleeping all right, and he swears his oath for the first time, like properly. For actions over words, challenges are but tests to hone his body and to discipline his soul. And then he'll move on to whoever is next in watch.
Okay. Let's see here. Core rulebooks. Player's handbook. There we go. I'm just pulling up the player's handbook.
It was a spell that I get from being what I am.
So at 3rd level, as a barbarian, you get Primal Path, and you get a proficiency bonus +2. So it should have just added another +2 to your proficiency to that. Or no,
It
it's
was
no,
+4.
it's there it is. Oh no, it just means that your bonus for proficiency is still +2, all the way up until 5th level when it becomes a +3. So you don't get an extra proficiency, I don't think.
So then should I just use that on something else?
Did you choose a path yet for your?
Yes.
What did
Yeah, I
you?
already chose a path. Zealot.
Okay.
I just realized technically my carry weight limit is 510 pounds.
Damn.
And I just got a channel divinity feature called Peerless Athlete, which in addition to giving me advantage on strength athletics and dexterity acrobatics checks, I can push and lift twice as much as normal for 10 minutes. So for 10 minutes at a time, I can lift over 1,000 pounds. And just carry that shit around.
Ooh.
I'm a strong boy. Ooh, I also got Inspiring Smite, which means when I use my Divine Smite ability, I can use a Channel Divinity to give temporary hit points to creatures within 30 feet of me of my choice that are equal to 2d8 plus my level. Of course, I have to divide that amount amongst the creatures as I desire, but I can give people temporary hit points on the fly.
Oh yeah.
What was that path you were taking, Draco?
Zealot.
Zealot?
Ooh. Oh, I'm also immune to diseases now.
Yes.
Thanks.
Bless you.
Excuse me.
I can say what's up to birds.
Nice.
What's up, birds?
Tweet, tweet, tweet.
Tweet, 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 tweet.
You want to tell your dad something? I might have a spell for you.
Did you get sending?
What?
Did you get sending?
Speak with animals. So I
Ah.
can convince a bird, and I can tell a bird how to get to your dad.
Oh, Animal Messenger. That spell. I forgot that existed.
So, Animal Messenger is a 2nd level spell.
Ah.
This is Speak with Animals, so I can maybe convince an animal. There's also Animal Friendship, but that doesn't last super long. Beast Bond.
So I would be able to write a letter, and you might be able to convince an animal of some kind to deliver it.
Yes.
Okay.
Even with Animal Friendship, now I can like ride a horse and like it's my friend for a day. But like if I can't tell the animal how to get there, pointless.
Gotcha.
Go to Gorthon's dad.
Nice.
There isn't. So you're not getting an extra. You shouldn't be getting an extra proficiency. It's just going. Your proficiency bonus is still just +2 for level 3 until level 5 when it becomes +3.
Okay, because it gave me the option to pick another option: animal handling, or survival, or intimidation.
I don't.
That might be subclass specific.
I'm looking.
That might
at
be.
a
Yeah,
subclass
that might
too.
be specific to the zealot.
I'm looking at Zealot. I don't see it in there.
Okay.
I'm
Let
gonna
me-
look at barbarian in general.
I'm looking at it too.
I don't remember.
You shouldn't be getting a skill. No, it should just give you your like normal.
Unless you
stuff.
hadn't like picked you forgot to pick one of your skills when you picked
Yeah.
barbarian. That could be a thing.
Yeah.
How do I edit? Edit.
Back hurts. I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Did you choose 2 when you made your character?
I believe so. I have.
From animal
I have
handling, athletics, intimidation, nature, perception, and survival.
I mean, I have checks beside all of those: athletics, intimidation, investigation, and survival. But I think I got some from Dragonborn also.
Yeah, that would. Oh, maybe it is Dragonborn. Hold on.
Be a dragonborn thing.
It shouldn't be a new thing, but it might be something I'm not familiar with. Come on.
I haven't played too many dragonborns.
Yeah, neither have I, so I'm... There we go, Dragonborn.
Not that I can see in the base dragonborn.
Well, he would have just had base because he didn't have any of the books on D&D Beyond when he made his character.
Right.
So, under optional feature manager for class features, Path of the Zealot Barbarian and D&D Beyond, Additional features: primal knowledge, 3rd level, 3rd level barbarian feature. When you reach 3rd level and again at 10th level, you gain proficiency in one skill of your choice from the list of skills available.
Okay.
Cool.
The Barbian's at 1st
Okay.
level.
Okay.
Cool.
I didn't
Sounds-
look that up I didn't see that when I looked it up online here.
Yeah, I don't know. It's in D&D Beyond. It's under the
The Xanthars,
where
right?
class features, and it says optional feature manager.
Oh, cool.
So I don't know. You just tell me.
The guys at Wizards were probably like, "Oh no, barbarians don't have any skills. We need to give them something."
It's one of the optional class features from Tasha's.
Okay, I'm pulling it up right now.
Oh, that's a really neat thing.
Like it, yeah.
I like
Okay,
that.
that's not bad. Okay, yeah.
If I pick one that I'm already proficient in, does that?
I don't think it'll give you expertise.
No, it won't. It'll you actually have to get something that would give you expertise in it.
Okay, let me see what.
so you would have
nature,
to-
perception, survival, or intellect. Okay, so let's do perception. Okay. Sorry to derail everything.
No, it's okay.
Don't worry.
It's fine.
That's don't have to say sorry about that at all. That's just one of the things where when playing D&D, you like, oh, where did that come from? And you're like, does that make you too powerful, or does it make you just powerful enough? If it's in Tasha's, it's pretty much acceptable because of
Yeah.
Tasha's is very good with just evening things out.
Right.
So what is it? A 2-hour shift for night watches, right?
As far as I'm aware, yeah. So
Okay.
who would like to take third watch?
I can take 3rd.
All right, and Gorthon will wake you up. Says, "All right, bud, it's your turn."
Got it. Go
Go
get some
ahead.
sleep.
Go ahead and roll
I'm gonna go
a perception check with advantage.
Hey, it's a good thing that I just became proficient in it, right?
Again, your night goes pretty uneventful, along with everyone else's. You see, again, a few torches that go by the edge of the forest, but no one seems to take notice of your camp within the forest.
Gorthon will also collapse just on the floor next to Eek because he sadly remembers that his bedroll is all gross and he either needs to clean or replace it.
As he goes to flop down on the ground, he says, "You could." I look at him and tell him he can use mine.
No, it's fine. It's your bedroll.
Gorthon's just so tired that he's like, I don't care at this point. I just need sleep.
Yep. Like he'll take his backpack and use it as a pillow, but yeah.
Okay. And then 4th shift to complete out the 8
All
hours.
right.
I know
Yes,
that.
will
So 4 hours have gone since. Has it been 4 hours since?
Technically, it would have been 4 hours since Leafweaves.
4.
Yeah,
Yeah, it would
no,
be
actually,
6
that's
after mine.
the full. Yeah.
So
Fabby.
Leithwee has an option to take the 4th shift, or Angar can take the 4th shift.
I'll take it. I'm already done with my 4 hours, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, you can go ahead and make a perception with advantage as well. Again.
Look at all of us as very perceptive lads and lasses.
Okay.
Well, I mean, wisdom's my strongest suit, and I had advantage and proficiency.
Yeah.
So
So as you lay down, or as you watch everyone again, no one seems to have noticed your camp throughout the whole night. The camp seems to have gone unnoticed. You had advantage because Angar was able to successfully hide the camp really well throughout the night. And yeah.
Yeah.
Is it daytime now?
It is daytime.
It's time.
Let there be light!
God! I wasn't ready for light!
So as you guys wake up in the morning, it's kind of a nice chilly morning. Not quite. What's the word I'm looking for? It's not cold, but it's chilly and it's kind of dewy. Kind of what you would expect in just a nice, relaxing morning after a long, strenuous night. You guys didn't really even make it into bed until probably you felt like 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning. And it was just beyond anything that you guys could have experienced or have experienced in your life. The only people who would have had similar experiences would have been Leithwy and Draco, who helped at the city beforehand. As you all remember, Sal had expressed that he would like to go south to hopefully get away from the city here, or the small fishing village, town, city, whatever you want to call it, and hopefully find some type of help along the way.
Well, say we look for a town. So, alright with the rest of you guys?
Yep.
Yeah.
Go south.
Okay.
Southward! Ho!
Sal ain't let us wrong yet. Besides getting us into all this.
Yes.
I don't have a map ready for you guys, but we're gonna do Theater of the
Okay.
Mind.
Okay.
As you guys travel south, it's a little rocky. It gets a little bit rockier as you go along. It feels like you guys are kind of entering the foothills. You guys are on the south side of the river. You guys can see the river from where you're traveling through the forest. And as you exit the forest, you do see a road.
I would like to continue following outside of the road.
Okay, outside of the road, but within.
Yeah.
Within sight, but in the woods still.
Okay.
If there is no woods.
As you guys get closer to the foothills, the woods do give way and make clear path or past into more rocky and more mountainous terrain. As you guys have now been traveling for most of the day, it has been kind of just it's kind of a nice relief. There's not much that you guys have experienced. You haven't seen very many people. It seems like kind of eerily quiet. You still see the smoke in the background behind you. About halfway through the day, as when about it passes over the horizon, you can't see it anymore.
And I'm supposing that there's like birds and stuff around here.
Go to make a survival or a perception check, please.
$25.
Yeah, you see like sparrows and you see some smaller birds flying around.
I would like to cast Speak with Animals.
Okay.
And like, just like, hello, hello, bird. Can I speak with you?
Make a persuasion check.
Ah! I'm not good. This is the first time I've done this.
The bird's gonna shut you and fly away.
So the bird kind of like looks at you, it gets very confused and spooked, and then flies away.
It's like the bird looked at you,
No.
as you're casting this spell, said, "That's unusual!" and flew away.
Yeah. That's what I figured.
Just lucky it didn't poo on you.
I am. I probably scared the shit out of it. Oh. Okay. I just think it would be helpful if we know if any of the guards that we saw had been through this area yet, or like when the last time that they had been here was. It'd be nice to know.
Yeah.
Can I see it if I go back onto the road? Can I see if there maybe is evidence of people coming, like any through traffic recently?
Make a survival check, please.
Natural 20. Where the fuck was that?
I want to know.
So as
the
you
fucking Social security numbers.
as you look down at the ground, you do see some like normal tracks that you would normally see on a road. Nothing that you would see of an army in this direction.
Good. So I go back to the party because I'm supposing everyone else is still in the woods.
That's up to them.
Did you come with me out on? I would have been like, okay, everybody, please stay here. I'm going to go check the roads really fast. I don't want any of us to get seen.
Okay.
I'm coming. What?
I have a question. Can find object be used on similar things to something I've seen before, like a guard's shield or a guard's armor or something? I have one in my possession, so I've obviously seen it. But would it only find the one that I have? Or could I locate other guard shields because they're all the same?
How far does that find things out?
It's locate object, right?
As far as I know.
Yeah, locate object. It doesn't seem like it has a spatial limit. I just have to have seen it within 30 feet of myself.
You sense the direction of an object's location as long as the object is within 1,000 feet of you. If the if the object is in motion, you know the direction of its movement. The spell can locate a specific object known to you as long as you have seen it up close, within 30 feet. At least once. Up close, at least once. Alternatively, the spell can locate the nearest object of a particular kind, such as a certain kind of apparel, jewelry, furniture, tool, or weapon. The spell can't locate an object if any thickness of lead, even a thin sheet, blocks a direct path between you and the object.
Okay. So no lead. But we're kind of in an open area, so that's probably not a problem. And it said it can locate the closest likeness to something.
It
should work.
The shields we're currently carrying.
It would just locate the shields we're carrying?
Yeah, because those are the nearest examples of that thing.
I mean, yeah. Alright, fine.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, it's a solid idea.
Yeah.
Maybe
Going
we need
back
to
to the
dump
part.
this crap off somewhere.
Yeah, I think that we might want to. We might would have wanted to have done that.
Oh no, I'm hanging on to this. This could be useful in the future. I mean, we're dealing with the Royal Army. You think they're not going to be all over this continent? It would be nice to have a disguise to infiltrate them if we needed to, or try to sneak past them if we needed to. I'm hanging on to mine.
Only kingdom on the continent.
Oh,
No, but I'm still hanging on to it. It's not like I'm gonna go around flashing that I have it to everybody. It's hidden.
I
That's
mean,
fair.
it is a large thing that you are carrying around on your back.
I didn't put it in a bag.
What did you take out of your bag?
I don't know. I thought I had a really big bag. I don't have a bag. I'm just carrying around armor on my back.
There's bags of holding or something.
Do we have a bag of holding?
No,
I
not
don't
as far as I know.
Ah.
Okay. I thought I would have shoved it in my bag.
So
Bang, bang.
the shields and stuff like that would probably be too big for your bag. The amount of armor that you are wearing or that you are carrying is probably too big for the bag, so it's probably tied to the outside of your bag right now.
Okay, then you make a good point. Because I thought it was in a bag. Yeah, we
Unfortunately,
should probably ditch it then.
I was gonna say, unfortunately, this is not like Elder Scrolls.
Yeah.
I have 15 swords.
Oh, look, I don't know how big my bag is, okay?
Just think of like an
It's
adventurer's
like a
bag or like a
backpack.
rucksack.
Yeah.
A rucksack is probably more accurate.
Probably.
Where it's a big bag, but you still have to like include your bedroll, your normal adventuring stuff,
Yeah.
your
Okay.
rations, so on and so forth.
I'm carrying around like 80 pounds of gear on us right now.
Yeah.
Except for Lithwy, who has like almost 200 pounds of stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna
No,
say that's
I'm
about
only
200.
carrying one piece of armor.
Okay.
Draco's carrying the other armor.
Okay.
Could
So-
just carry all of it. I'm a big
Oh.
guy, I can carry
You
things.
are huge.
Well, yeah, you guys are like carrying it, and it's definitely it would definitely be too big to fit all of that into your backpack without
Yeah.
it being a bag of holding.
Well, I'm just trying to
think-
think about it, because I still think it would be useful.
No, absolutely. I think it could be very
I think
useful.
it
I think
would've-
that's
And I'm
when-
already wearing scale mail armor, so it's an even trade between the two, because you said that this one was scale mail as well.
Mhm.
So, do I want to walk around in Royal Guard armor all the time? Or should I just wear my regular armor and ditch the royal armor?
You could
Well,
look
you've got
like
scale mail? That's not up.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, you could look like one of the people that we, yes, you could look like a royal guard if you wanted to.
I'm trying to think how looking like a royal guard might get me in trouble.
not if they found out you weren't one. There's
They
probably
would-
rules against
they would-
impersonating them.
But what reason would they have to question it if I was out there? I mean, maybe if I was just
Very true.
alone,
That's fair.
a lonely royal guard might seem suspicious. I don't know.
We did. I don't know. We only saw them one at a time most of the time, but there were many.
I
all
mean,
over the
listen.
place, so
So when we seen them, there was always one with goblins. Guess what we got?
Yes.
One person with a goblin.
Good idea.
yes,
I'm gonna wear the armor. It's equivalent to mine, so I'm not really losing anything. So yeah.
We'll
And
just
if I
look
have
like the
to, I
others
can
in
always
Royal
like
Army.
ask you to char it until it's unrecognizable, and then wear it that way.
Very true. I was going to say that I could just bury it, but yes.
We can also
that.
just, like, take off the heraldry if that's a problem.
Yes.
Actually, could someone else carry my old armor? Someone that can carry like a lot of stuff that it wouldn't bother? You said you could carry stuff, yeah?
I'm a big
Would
boy.
you
I'm a
mind?
big strong boy. We'll go for it.
There we go. Now I don't have to lose
Take-
my armor. I am
Carry-
going to walk around like a guard, and you can carry my backup armor just in case I need to take this off. I don't see downsides.
Everybody look away while she changes.
I'm just gonna go behind some trees. It's fine. I'm a wood elf, so I can like hide in like foliage. I'll be good. I'm gonna just.
Yeah, we're not gonna
Sneak
let
off and
we're
go do
not gonna let people play. DM rule.
Pop up.
Yeah, no one's like trying to spy on you. Don't worry.
Yeah,
That's-
but I'm just saying,
that's-
like I could hide anyway.
Loud.
Pop-up changing room, just Mulder.
Alright, so I'm a royal guard now.
Did you decide to wear the mask or not?
Well, I have to. I mean,
Ah,
It's
what
part of
royal
it.
guard is really rolling around not wearing their full uniform? You can get in trouble for that.
Okay.
maybe. No.
We're outside. You have to wear your hat outside.
Not hat. I said mask.
It's a mask. It's like a full.
Oh, I thought it was part of the helmet.
No, it's just like the same way that like a samurai mask would connect to the kabuto.
Gotcha.
So,
So I'm full royal guard now. But Draco also has a set of armor, so you need to decide if you want to be a royal guard with me or if you
I'm
want
not
to bury
putting
that
it
shit.
on. I get disadvantage by wearing an armor.
Alright, do you want to hide that armor? Do you want us to get rid of it then?
I mean, I don't care what we do with it.
Sounds like a yes to me.
Okay, I will open up a 5-foot hole in the ground and throw the armor down there and close it up.
that's a cantrip, right?
Move Earth? So.
Yeah.
Old Earth. I can
Mold Earth, yeah.
target an area of loose earth and you can instantaneously excavate it.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just making sure.
You can also change its color and makes like cool things. You can also make it difficult terrain.
Probably making it softer or more like mud or something.
Yeah. So if people are chasing us, I can just rapid fire, bam, 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 bam.
So, what are we doing? What are we guys?
Go ahead south, right?
Go
Yeah,
south.
I guess we're still following this road.
Okay. So the south starts leading a little bit more west. It's like southwest right now, kind of away from the large inland lakes of this continent. And let me see if I can actually find a. Should have a map somewhere, ish. Of yeah. At least so you guys can kind of see. Oh, not that one. Lost Mines. Nope. Homebru'd. That's it. Maps. Vandover. Modules. Nope. I don't know right now. Anyways, I'll find a map, like a world map or a continent map for you guys here next session. But, so you guys have been able to find kind of a direction of the road that leads to what you can now see, possibly a guard post or the ends of like another city in the distance.
Okay.
What do you believe in yourself for being able to get us through this guard post?
Well, if I guidance myself before I go out there, probably better.
Okay.
Well, I'm a noble, so you could say that you're just escorting a foreign dignitary.
That's
Ooh,
what I was
that's a
going to
very
ask,
good
if
idea.
you would have a plausible reason to be coming here under guard.
I do have my scroll of pedigree from my background.
Okay, that's something.
I'm a noble,
Yeah.
kind of exploring the lands.
Yes.
That's originally what I was doing. So
You're
just
not
continue
lying. This is
doing that
entirely
thing.
accurate.
Okay. So we have a noble, a personal guard, escort from the royal guards, my
my
goblin companion. And you guys are just his entourage?
I am a professional chef.
Professional chef, got it. So picky. You have to carry your professional chef with you.
Yes,
I
you're-
am,
Of course.
I am the murderer of things. about
He's
it.
the muscle.
Mercenary for hire, got it. Sal, we need your backstory, man. Why are you here?
Also part of the entourage.
I am a arcane expert.
Good enough.
He's
Okay.
like also magic man.
Okay, so here we go. Wish me luck.
Here we go.
So I am going to cast guidance on myself out where they can't see me yet. But I'm going to roll up with all the confidence.
Go to make a performance check.
Performance.
Is there any way we can assist?
Not at this point, because it's just her confidence right now.
Alright, with a 4, how do I do that?
I click the D4 for guidance.
Yeah. Put a... Yeah, that'll work.
Alright, so 16.
Okay, so you are completely confident. You are completely confident that you are a guard, and you are walking up to this guard post, and you can convince anyone that you're a guard. So as you're walking up to it, make a perception check. Actually, all of you.
No, I'm sorry, I did that with advantage. I'm sorry. I'll do it again.
All of you make a perception check, please.
Normal.
Perceiving the world around us.
Oh, wow. Woo. Hell yeah.
7.
Gorthon, not
Well,
very.
also want to perceive.
This is not Gorthon's strong suit.
Gorthon
21.
is walking up to the
He's confident this plan is going to work.
Gorthon doesn't need to be perceptive because Gorthon is a noble and has people to do
Yeah,
that
right.
for him.
This is what he hires people for.
This is what I pay you for.
You're just a pretty face.
21.
That's not wrong. I already rolled for Egg.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, he got a 12.
Okay. So as you're walking up there, Anger, you notice that there are people on the top of the tower in front of you. They're looking down, but they don't seem very, like... They're not... They notice you, but they're not, like, really paying attention too much of you guys. Like, they're just trying to make sure that there isn't necessarily an attack coming along the roads. While you're walking through, no one decides to question you. It's just a guard tower. It's just a normal checkpoint on the road. They're not checking to see if you're trading anything. There are guards posted outside. They just assume that you're other civilians within the city. Or not within the city, but within the continent.
Are these just local guards, or are they royal guards like me? Or are they a different country's royal guards? Like,
I'm guessing guards of whatever the noble family of this town is.
probably. I just thought I'd check.
Yeah.
So Draco and Anger can see that they aren't wearing purple. They're wearing more golds and greens. Not necessarily royalty, but you're not sure of what either house or country that they would belong to. You've been traveling for
quietly.
only a day, so you're not so far away from the town that you were just in, but you're far enough away that the royal family of the country that you were in may not have a huge hold in this area.
I will quietly relay that information to Gorthon. Do you know anybody with green and gold?
I would like to history check.
Go
See
ahead.
if I recognize that heraldry.
Just so focused on trying to keep up this guard act, I don't notice anything.
And
You do not notice anything specific about them. That you don't recall any green or gold. You don't recall, like, it's just another guard to you.
It's not as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
If it's alright with you guys, I'm going to ask if the guards, if there's a
mail post around here somewhere.
Okay.
Excuse me, guard.
Yes?
I was wondering, do you perchance have a mail post in this town?
Well, you're not in a town, you're just in a guard post.
In this outpost, then?
Well, we get mail out here while we're on shift, but we don't necessarily, get much. It's only like maybe
So-
once a week, so no.
So you don't really have anywhere to send mail out from?
Well, we got it, our mail about, 2 days ago. It'll be probably another week before we get mail again, or some type of rider comes out this way to be able to deliver mail.
Very
If you
well.
want to take mail to the nearest town, which is about a 2-day travel from here, that would be nice.
What do you guys think? Want to do a good deed for the day?
I mean, you're the noble in charge, so we have to do whatever you say.
So,
Yes, I can take the mail. Where do you need the mail delivered to?
cool. Yeah, we could transport it. We're heading that direction anyway.
Yeah, it would be very appreciated. He excitedly goes back inside and grabs kind of just a pile of letters that they had stacked up. Like, it looks like probably love letters to their betrothed or their like their parents or something, like saying like, "Hey, we're doing good out here." It's kind of adventurous, but I mean, the normal stuff you'd normally see in a letter from an outpost.
Alright, in that case, we will deliver this to the postmaster in the next village and make sure these get sent out.
We appreciate.
Yes, of course.
Of course, always willing to lend a hand. Keep up the good work, guard.
And thank you for your service, madam. And then
Madam.
Hail.
Well,
the
no,
one
madam.
royal
I
guard.
don't say anything because I don't know what their thing is. I'm just like,
Okay. Go ahead and do whatever else you guys are doing here.
Outpost.
It's a 2-day trek from here.
Yeah, it's about 2 days.
Okay. Is it winding? Is it rocky? Kind of.
It gets a little rocky as you go along. Especially further into the foothills. I know. Yeah, we're in the foothills here, but yes, it gets more mountainous terrain over there.
Okay.
is there any
they-
dangers we should be on the lookout for?
Since the Goblinkin and Orkkin have mostly decided to not attack anyone in P4, not so much anymore.
Good.
Gorthon, like, giving a quick cough under his breath behind him.
Like he's very much aware that you're an orc, but also aware that
Also, a
because of the-
goblin traveling with us.
because the peace between the societies has kind of continued. There's not much to worry about other than your normal like thieves or your normal
Marking into bandits.
Are there known bandits that exist in these on this path in the woods?
not so much here, no.
Okay.
For the most part, this road is pretty well taken care of.
You said 2 days travel. We're traveling with a noble. He isn't gonna want to rough it. Is there anywhere in between here that we might stop for a rest safely?
There is about another half-day travel from here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, then.
Thank you. All right.
Well, thank you. We will make sure these letters get to where they need to go.
Again, we appreciate it. And then he gives 2 silver your way.
Thank you.
Hands them straight to the noble there. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Much obliged. How to divide this? We'll do that later. Farewell.
Roll out.
Fail well. Okay.
Feel well.
Fail well. As you guys continue on down the road, he was right. It does get a little more rocky, a little more less chances of things like really being able to be seen from the road. But the guard post kind of like that one, and then there might be another one later down the road. Keeps the road pretty well secured. There is like he said, there is an inn about another half a day travel. But as far as you know, that's the next place to be able to lay your head, and after that would be another day and a half worth of travel to be able to get to the next town. So,
Do you believe that it's a good idea to stop at this next inn?
I think it should be fine.
Sure, we should be all right. We have been traveling all day after all. It tends
That, and if the guardhouse didn't even blink at us being there, I think we're okay.
Yes.
I get the feeling that the royal guards that are burning around towns are maybe operating covertly, so the regular nobles and the rank and file probably don't know what's going on.
Do you think that we could get some kind of discount at the end for you being a royal guard?
We can sure try.
It's on my business account.
Put it on the Royal Army tab.
Yeah, you gotta fill out your GTS voucher.
No, it's just
You have
the
your
Royal
GTS.
Guard discount. We get it for free. Keep these people safe.
Hey, you just put your name down on this ledger so I can get it back to the king.
Yeah. There
We
you
have
go.
to notify the treasury.
So that they can follow us. It'll be great.
It'll be a
Yeah.
We'll just leave a massive paper trail.
Yeah. I mean, I'm
across the continent.
I'm really glad that the guard post wasn't even a little bit suspicious about us showing up, so that makes me think we can just breeze right through this, but I agree, we shouldn't be creating a paper trail and making too big of a fuss.
Right.
So, and I mean, even though he is a noble, he is non-human, which is going to make people just automatically be suspicious anyway.
Well, a lot of people are non-human.
Prejudice.
Thank you very much.
I'm non-human.
Look,
Very true.
You're non-human.
Yeah. look, I was trying to be polite and not specifically point out your race, but that is going to make people a bit more suspicious or prejudiced against you, just basically as a rule of thumb around here, even though there's peace. So I'm just saying, I don't think we should play the arrogance card, and I don't think we should make too big of a fuss.
Let's just go to the end. Let's just
Yeah.
go.
I think that's a very good
Let's
idea.
just go normal.
Okay.
Have a nice hot meal. Take a proper bath. Lay in an actual bed.
Yeah.
No, this was a very good bath that we had at the river. That was nice.
It was, but it doesn't quite beat a hot bath.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna be right back.
All right.
Okay.
Just
I
a
will also
quick,
be right back. I'm gonna get some water.
just a quick like 5-minute break. So.
Okay.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I need to do that. Lots of water.
Right.
As your cup says, force of nature.
Hydrate!
Hydrate! You will drink, what, 5 to 7 canteens a day? Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Not to exceed 4 canteens per hour.
Gengar. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Hello, and welcome back to the show.
You eating pepperoni over there? Oh, chips, Pringles. Pizza flavored Pringles. Okay, almost
Yeah,
pepperoni.
pizza Pringles.
Almost pepperoni.
Yeah, sorry about that. I couldn't remember what race you were, so I just said non-human. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not human either, so.
Yeah, none of you are human except for Angar.
Yeah.
Even the sidekicks right now are not human.
Yeah.
Oop! All monsters.
Except for Angar, and Angar is like a cyborg almost.
So he's not even fully human.
He's more machine than man.
How great
he's
is
still...
it that How great is it that the Discord name is actual human, and he's the only human?
That's kind of perfect.
Love it.
I like it.
He
is back.
He returns to us. I have to say,
Welcome
low-key,
back.
I have to say, low key, I kind of view Eek as my sort of surrogate son, and if anything happens to him, I will be very sad.
Yes.
I feel that.
My boy!
My boy!
My baby boy! You know, he's probably a full-grown ass adult goblin.
Goblins don't live very long to begin with, so...
Yeah, I think they live shorter lives than orcs on average.
I think they only live to, like... I'll have to look it up here real quick, but, like...
I think
wanna
it's
say,
40?
like, 20? Like, 25? 30?
Well, I think they can get to 40, but not very many of them actually get that far. Kind of like kobolds. Kobolds can live for a long time, but most of them don't make it that far.
Yeah.
Oh, goblins can reach, up to 60 years old.
Okay.
But they're
Can and
adulthood...
do are different things.
They're just
Um,
extremely oppressed creatures.
They reach adulthood at age 8.
Wow. Wow.
Goblins and orcs, they age very quickly, and I think kobolds are even faster.
I wonder if I want to
They
know
age
like
pretty fast.
is it they're like adults or like they reach a like I can have babies age at age 8 and the whole world is like you're an adult now.
Like being a human and turning 18. You're an adult, but you're not an adult.
No, it would be like a human reaching 10 and calling them an adult because they could have a kid.
Volo's guide says age 8 and live up to 60 years. So, like, 8 is like 18, or probably closer to like 16 in human years, where you're in a medieval like lifespan, probably old enough to leave home, but probably not old enough to make real life decisions.
Right. You can support yourself, but probably not other people.
Yeah.
Unless you're a noble. Then you're an adult whenever your parents die.
Yeah. I think according to Volo's, orcs reach physical maturity by about 12. So they're not that far off.
Yeah, they live to 60, so they're just oppressed to the point where people think they're monsters.
Kinda, yeah.
Oh. Very sad. Okay.
Continuing on our mail delivery journey now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
We are now
yeah.
the most extreme mailmen.
We picked up a side quest, apparently.
It's the only way. The only way.
We heard you wanted to send mail here. What about sending our mail from here?
Yeah!
I mean, as long as it's going in the right direction.
Alright.
Good news, everybody!
Good news!
Just shreds, you say.
Shreds.
And his
Our
wife?
new side business.
Shreds, you
We're
say.
just gonna roam around the country delivering mail.
This is gonna be the Pony
That'll
Express. Just
It'll be our
hardcore
adventuring
edition.
company.
It's a reason for
Hardcore
traveling.
The most extreme mail delivery. Do you want to deliver a
Rabbit,
letter
you
to your
say?
friend when they're across the most dangerous mountains in the continent? We've got you!
Itchy face.
So your mother died, and you believe that she's in the 3rd layer of hell. All right.
Here we
They're
go.
gonna cost ya.
This one will be not on the house this time.
This isn't a no. This is a high
How much are
cost.
you willing to pay?
We would like a difficulty bonus, please. Dangerous work
Gonna
environment.
be- let's see. That's going to be a
200
gold piece
platinum.
for the delivery with a 20 gold piece for long distance and 200 gold pieces for danger.
It's
And
also
then
going
there's
to-
always the mail insurance, which is where they really get you, which is 1,000 gold
It's
pieces.
also 1,000 gold pieces for interplanar travel.
And then your components and everything to be able to
Exactly.
travel interplanar.
Right.
Yes.
We gotta hire a wizard who knows fucking gate, and that can be a whole other mess. Because you gotta talk to a fucking wizard, and they're unpredictable.
Yeah.
I mean, I could also just find us an interplanar travel space.
True, but there might be fucking demons in front of it, or a
Demons could-
particularly angry troll.
Devils can be reasoned with. Demons, they're non-reasonable creatures.
So before we commit to our side hustle, what kind of benefits are we talking about?
You can see the world. You can travel the world, meet interesting people.
Cleric insurance.
Yes.
Dental. Got up a
Somehow
dental.
we've now gotten off track. Talking about a side business.
Dental plans are very important to orcs.
Look, we gotta have something to talk about while we're walking for 2 days.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, mail delivery, it's not that bad of a job. It's very nice.
Well, it's honest work.
It is. People don't usually die during it, I would not expect.
Right.
You haven't traveled much with me then.
Or everyone dies!
Are you a shoot to the messenger kind of person?
I'm gonna shoot everybody in person.
Oh my.
Yeah,
You'd be
that
very
tracks.
bad at delivering packages.
What about you, Eek? What do you think about starting a mail delivery service?
What?
Mail.
What's mail?
You write a letter and then you send it to somebody that you know or like or care about. Are you familiar with the idea of writing letters?
No.
Oh my god. Can you read?
No? What is reading?
We have to teach him how. We have to teach him.
We're going to teach you
how to read.
Okay, yes.
Would you
you're
like to
probably
borrow
the
my
most
book?
uselessly skilled goblin in the fucking continent.
Would you like to borrow my book? He can practice reading about the flying creatures.
No, that's an excellent story to teach somebody about. How old are you?
He just kind of like you've broken him. You've broken him.
How many times have you seen the winter, Eek? On your fingers.
He doesn't understand the question.
You know what? It's alright.
He has the capacity to probably learn how to read. Like, his intelligence isn't necessarily too low. He can speak Common and Goblinkin, but it's just not something that was ever taught to him.
He's multilingual.
Common and
Cool.
Goblin.
I'm just gonna kind of toss my book at him. Hopefully he gets it.
Common is the trade language, after all. You know what? It's okay. We'll start up some lessons here in maybe a couple days. In the meantime, here's some bacon. Just don't worry about it. Don't worry about it too much. And go.
Bacon!
Just like pats him on the head.
Salazar, would you like to teach him basic addition? Just the idea of numbers? You seem to be good with that.
I don't know if I have the patience or the time right now. I would just like to survive.
We are literally going to be walking for the next 2 days, so we have nothing but time.
Well, I meant like basic addition and stuff like that would be, or arithmetic, I should say, should be, that's
That's like at least a month to get the basics down.
So we have 2 days. It's no time like the present, right? We could die tomorrow.
Alright, I guess it's just speed run math.
No, not speed run. You start now. Why start later when you can start today?
We're gonna need to put together a lesson plan.
Sal seems very hesitant on trying to teach a goblin how to read, write, and do basic math.
Get him a little suit.
Oh, why are you hesitant on this?
Because he would just like you could feel that he just wants to survive. He wants to get away from. You guys have already gotten away from the town, but it's a matter of now trying to find a place where he's not going to inhibit other creatures and other people.
Yes, and
like
by
he would like to do
showing up-
good, but it's just one of those things of like it's time to keep moving.
Yes, we are walking and talking. We are moving.
Well, yeah, he understands that, but writing down and then showing arithmetic and stuff like that is kind of one of those things where it's better to sit down and
His mental energies are elsewhere.
Yes.
We can figure out stuff later. There's no worries. Let's just make sure we get you safe, Sal. And
his
then...
whole plan wasn't to stick with you guys forever. It was more or less to try to, like, you know, eventually find a safe spot, be able to settle back down eventually, or join other of his kind.
Let's just get Sal safe, and then we can worry about teaching Eek how to do math later.
As they're having this conversation, I'm thinking in my mind of I may just stick with Sal after we get him to where he's going. These weirdos are trying to teach a goblin how to read, writing, and arithmetic.
Yeah.
We can't turn him into a business goblin if we don't teach him how to do these things.
True.
Business goblin.
Get him
I'm just thinking of the goblin in World of Warcraft with the like fat one with the top hat and stuff.
No, the more kindness that you show to others, and that others see you showing to other people, that kind of kindness is infectious.
Yes, I understand that. And I appreciate the kindness that you guys have shown me and getting me out of Dragon's Head and trying to get me into a safer spot. And I really appreciate that. Once we get to a spot where we can stay for a while, if Eek would like to stay with me, that is acceptable. But for now, it is probably best for me to make sure that we are getting to the spot where we need to be.
Oh, that's my job.
Well, anyway, let's continue down on the road. Why don't we learn a bit more about each other? I'll go first. You already know my name, Gorthon Stone Tusk of the Stone Tusks. Come from very far the south, and a random fact about me is that I like dragon chess.
Dragon chess. It is. That is that. Can you explain it to me?
I can do better than that. And Gorthon opens up a hatch on his pauldron and pulls out an entire chess set.
Well, I just said we don't have time to break out everything and sit down and try to play. Maybe when we get to the inn tonight, we can kind of just relax and do that.
Right at the inn, then. At the inn. But, yeah, it's a strategy board game top deal.
Queen's pawn to e5.
Kinda, yeah.
Alright, so,
one of my elvish tutors taught it to me when I was young.
Oh, that seems like a pretty good thing to kind of pick up. It seems like a very good pastime.
It's real good to pass the time. Anyway, let's continue on the road. Who else would like to share?
Anyone?
I'm gonna feel awkward. Just me.
My name is not just Angar, it's Angar Ignatius Malatite Swam. Those are all first names. My mother's each named me something different.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Anga. I don't think I'm gonna remember the whole thing right now. I'll try though. As you guys all know, I'm Sal. I've given you guys a little bit of background on me. I did a lot of, or helped with a lot of the planning and everything for the dragons and stuff that Dragonhead would bring in for meat and you're right. Basic arithmetic, being able to kind of get the kind of things like money and everything else to the right people. And I grew up in Dragon's Head, so this is my first time away from home for a long period of time.
Right.
I'm Lithuieren, named for the Ashwood trees. And I don't know. I had a pretty normal life until things that will not be discussed happened. And now I can do magic and stuff. So there's that. And that's about it.
Oh well.
Do you like painting or pottery or anything?
Any hobbies?
No, I mean, I did some research about things in my life. I mean, I'm kind of young for an elf. I'm not particularly old, but I'm not a kid or anything. And so I read a lot of books and I did some research and I just kind of lived a small life. And then along came Hades. And that's all we're gonna say about that.
There's a story there, but I'll ask you another thing. Time.
It's kind of depressing.
If you like to read the books, you should write it. I think that it sounds like an interesting story.
Yes.
No. Just sad.
And
Those are excellent books.
Oh, okay. If you must know, my town was dying. There was a plague, and I guess they're kind of stuck in the old ways. They thought if we sacrificed to the gods, then they would stop taking our people. And I was picked. And so I had to leave everything, and I can't go back there. And Hades decided not to kill me, so there is that. But I don't know how long I'm not going to be dead for. He has a use for me, and as long as I'm useful, I'm here. And when I'm not useful, I don't know.
well,
Which is why I'm not too keen to finish that task.
I can understand why.
hopefully we can keep you on this side of this mortal coil.
That's what I'm hoping. Like I said, as long as I'm useful, I'm here.
And Draco, was it?
Yeah.
What about yourself?
I'm Draco. I kill stuff. There was an explosion. People died. Now I'm here.
Fair enough. Short, simple, to the point.
Alright then. As you guys continue along the road, you guys are talking about yourselves. You guys get through most of the day, just kind of talking about random things and getting to know a little bit more and kind of the backstories of each other. Some laughs are shared, a couple tears are shared between some people, and it kind of allows you guys to get closer as a band of kind of outcasts right now.
Mail delivery people.
Mail delivery.
The best damn messengers on this side of the continent.
As you guys reach close to sundown, actually just a little bit after sundown, you guys see some lights in the background of a building with a thatched roof and some smoke coming from a chimney. It looks very much like an inn from the distance, but you're not completely sure because you're still pretty far away from it. But the timing checks out for about where you would be checking to on the road there. As you get closer, you see the name of the inn. It is the inn, and the name is it's kind of in a different language, but it's still a form of common. It's just called the Rocky. I'm making up the name on the spot. Hold on. Hold on. Loading.
Candy Mountain.
Candy Mountain.
Candy Mountain.
Big Rock
Charlie.
Candy Mountain.
Hey, the way to Candy
Big-
Mountain.
Big Rock Candy Mountain.
Charlie.
It's actually going to be
Not
called
the non-believers.
Charlie.
Send the non-believers.
Shut the non-believers.
John. John.
Okay, so it's going to be called the Rock Moss Inn.
Sure, no.
It's you can see there's a lot of rocks around it, and it gets its name from the moss that grows on the north side of the rocks. While you don't see much, like, kind of out of the ordinary with the inn, it's just pretty much an inn on the side of the road, a stopping point for people who would be traveling between the towns so they don't have to make camp. Whether it be nobles or other adventurers, it's not run down. It looks like it's pretty well taken care of, and looks like a safe spot.
Royal Guards, would you like to go in first?
Sure. I'll go in. Do you want me to go in and then come get you, or are we going to go in together and I'll just lead the way?
We'll just go in together. Might be weird if one person comes in and then leaves and then comes back with more people.
Agreed. Should we try to see if they have one room together so we can try to keep an eye on Sal and everything and make sure he's okay, or do we do separate rooms, or?
See, if we can get a big group room, that'd be nice.
Okay. Either way, I do think that Sal shouldn't be left completely alone.
No.
Okay, as you guys walk in, you see Agatha, which is the innkeeper, at least for the day shift here, and the end of her shift specifically. She's very welcoming. She's robust, to say the least. But very, very, like I said, welcoming. As you guys walk in, she... Welcome. Thanks for coming to the Rock Moss Inn. What can I get you?
Oh, well, we would love to get a room for the night, and maybe a few meals.
Alright, what kind of rooms are you guys looking for?
Well, is there a room large enough to accommodate 6?
Let me see here. She looks at her, she's got like a little book that she looks for like reservations or anything else like that, seeing if there's anyone who's reserved, possibly one of the larger rooms. She says the largest room that she can accommodate is about 4, but they do have extra cots that they can set up.
Does that sound alright with you guys?
Be fine.
Sounds like a good plan to me.
Good. How much? for the room?
It's gonna be about 8 silver pieces.
Okay.
For
Right.
the room.
And Gorthon puts down a gold piece.
Alright, alright. Would you guys like meals with that?
Oh yes, please.
Starving, actually.
Alright, that's gonna be about silver piece each. In a glass of mead will be included with that as well.
Ooh,
Oh.
Yeah.
Good. Excellent.
very nice.
So what brings you guys around this parts?
Mail delivery.
Mail delivery.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's nice.
Actually, did you have any letters that you needed to be delivered to the next town?
Not at the moment. It's just there's no. I don't think any of the guests here actually are looking to deliver anything right now either.
If you need anything, it's only 2 copper, so.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Quick question.
Aye.
I've been guarding them, so I'm not really in the loop. Have you seen any other royal guards around here recently?
Not as far as I've paid attention to. Don't get many royal guards out here.
I was just hoping to see a friendly face. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Go to make a deception check, by the way.
Oh, please be okay.
Hold up.
Middle of the line. Little white lie. I'm a cop. Oh.
All right. Well, I'll let you know if anyone else shows up then.
Insight check.
Go ahead. Yeah, she seems to be telling the truth. She hasn't seen anyone.
Okay.
Kind of
Doesn't
through
seem to
here.
be like off-put by guard.
Off-put by what? By another guard? No.
Okay.
She seems fine. Nothing seems to be off keen with her. She says the meals that are available today would be they do have some void fish available.
Ooh.
Alex's eyes over there. Oh.
Yeah, hell yeah.
They have void fish. They also have crocodile, and then they also have some owl bear.
Agatha, I am, while we are, me and my friend here, we are traveling and we are delivering mail. We are, as you can see, we are in the presence of a royal guard and are on a sort of diplomatic delivery mission. And I am his personal chef, and I was wondering if I could have access to your kitchen.
What kind of access do you want to the kitchen?
I would just like to assist in the making of the meal.
Well, she goes, hold on here. Just a quick moment. Let me go talk to the chef. She goes in the back there, through a door that leads from behind the normal inn counter, where they would normally serve beer, as well as check people in for the inn itself. She brings out a very gruff guy. This gruff guy, Rothgar, you get the name of. And Rothgar is very like, what kind of, you said you're a person of shelf. Person of shelf? Shelf? Yeah, we'll go with that. Personal shelf.
Yes. I am a personal chef.
What kind of help do you want? You just want to help prepare the meals that we're preparing for you?
Yes.
Yes.
Don't worry. I have my own knife, and I pop my hand off. I have my own knife.
I'm going to make a persuasion check.
Fucking A! What
Oh.
times? Both persuasions. 5.
Well, I think we've got enough help back there for now. Some of those recipes that I keep are a little bit guarded, and I prefer not sharing that type of information with anyone who's not permanent help around the inn.
Okay. Can I get, after you're done, can I get your opinion on a cookbook that I purchased recently about voidfish?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
So are you guys sitting out in the middle of the tavern? Tavern part of the inn, then?
Yeah.
Waiting for food? Okay. As they bring food out, what did everyone order?
The crocodile.
Crocodile?
Voidfish.
Voidfish?
Gordon definitely ordered the voidfish, but he'll ask Eek, which would you prefer?
Owlbear!
Alright, owlbear for Eek.
Okay, so as they pull out the tray and everything for you guys, the voidfish has a slight glow to it. It's a little bit,
Nice.
you wouldn't necessarily, like, expect the voidfish to, or rather fish in general, to have a glow. It's kind of off-putting at some point. And it's not like a normal glow, it's like a dark glow. Like the absence of light versus...
It's producing shadow. Fuck. Cool.
But as you can see, it's very well seasoned. It's got some paprika, it's got some extra like pepper and salt that you would normally have. It's got a slice of lemon next to it to give it a little more kick that you would normally have, like, you know, with like salmon or with other white fishes.
Swordfish?
Yeah, like swordfish. Yeah. There's garlic and everything on it. There are some spices that you may not know. It's also served with a side of mushrooms and potato. Again, very well seasoned.
Mushrooms glowing.
No. These are
Okay.
just normal like wild mushrooms from the area.
Okay.
The crocodile is just a steak of crocodile, like the tail itself, and it is pretty normal looking. Salt, pepper, pretty well. It's seasoned, but it's not overly seasoned for covering up the meat. You also have a side of like wilted greens with some onions and garlic in there, as well as rice. And then the owlbear, you just see Eek's eyes brighten as it comes by, and he smells it, and he's just infatuated with this huge steak that he would never have gotten in his clan before. Like, in front of him, it's like a haunch from the side of an owlbear, and
Does it taste more like owl or bear?
it's more like bear.
Okay.
So it's a dark meat. It's it looks like it's covered in butter and like a normal rich steak that you would get.
Heard of all the gamey owlness.
Yeah. So you're gonna have like the gaminess of the owl and the gaminess of the bear itself.
Yeah.
He's got
Weird
tomatoes and asparagus on the side of his.
It's a monstrosity and not a beast, so it tastes fucking weird.
But it is. His eyes are affixed to the plate and is excited, and he just goes to town on it, ripping it to shreds with his teeth and everything. Not even using the knife and fork. You can tell that he probably needs some training in normal.
We'll
etiquette.
teach him table manners. We'll teach him table manners.
But yeah, every one of the meals comes out really well, and you guys are very much infatuated with the meal.
We are learning the table manners of the Ubek clan.
Yeah.
Now we know their cultural ways.
He's just tearing into the pieces and like. Okay, what was that?
This is delicious. My compliments to the chef.
Hey, well, thank you. All right.
Thank you very much.
He occasionally pats Eek on the back when it looks like he might be choking on something. Because I doubt there's much chewing going on.
No, he is very much just ripping and swallowing, and yeah, like a wild animal. Because he essentially is a wild animal. Like it's a little bit later in the evening. There's not a lot of people within the inn. There's a few people here and there. It just looks like normal, like merchants or anything that would be traveling on the road. It gets quiet. People kind of head up to their rooms for the night, and the nice sound of a crackling fire, but not like the fires that you've heard from the night before. So at least with that, you're not getting kind of like that PTSD almost feel of it.
Yeah. Just that nice, soft crack and pop of a fireplace.
Yeah. Alright.
I'm feeling bushed.
Yes. I'm gonna head back to the kitchen now that everyone's gone. Like, knock on the door.
Yes?
Hello. Sorry if you haven't finished cleaning up. I was wondering if you would look at this recipe that I found. Had an opinion on this.
Yeah,
Your void fish was delicious. I've never had anything like it. That's why we came out to this area, was to expand the menu that we have for Snowball. And
all right.
thank you very much for providing us with that. It has here, and then I like show him the recipe that I've been looking at. And
well, yeah, it looks pretty normal for a void fish recipe. It's a good starting point.
Okay, so that's what I figured, is that like this is a published thing. You know, they're going to put like normal things inside of here. Add salt, add pepper. Yes, I understand that. Is there, but like temperature wise, would you say like a low heat, or like is it good baked? Like, does it?
Well, the recipe here says low heat, and that's what I would do it as.
Okay.
A slow cook with it, as not to dry out the fish.
Okay. My brain is like, I was a cook for 5 years. Like, does lemons automatically cook it? Is it that kind of fish? Can you do an acid bath to it? Like, yeah. No.
You could probably, like, if you're with any fish, type of acidic using, you could probably cook it that way. But I mean, let's say,
How do you know how it produces that shadow?
well, they're from the void under the continents.
Before you cook it, does it do that?
It's more internal.
Okay, so it's like once you open it up, it begins absorbing the light.
Aye.
So, and I pull out the glowing mushroom. Do you think if I were to cook it with this, that it would balance out the light and the shadow?
I don't know. I don't usually have
Huh.
access to those mushrooms, so.
I found it while we were traveling.
Yeah. Okay. And he's like,
Okay.
is it it?
I mean, yeah, unless you have any other things that you would like. Hey, no, you should like. Smoking it is the best thing that I like to do with that. What's your favorite? I'm supposing that your favorite way of preparation is what you prepared for us.
On a skillet, low heat with basted in butter, with
Okay.
normal seasonings.
Okay. A cumin, paprika,
Aye.
a little bit of spice. Okay.
It's usually the kind that's mostly accepted by everyone else. So
What's your favorite?
he has to think. He has to think a lot because he goes back to the times that he's tried it smoked, and he goes back to the times that he's done different things with it. But since voidfish has to be shipped in from one of the sea or fishing villages, it has to. It's
It's
definitely
already
different.
2 days old by the times it gets here.
Yeah. So, there's a lot of times he said, like, he would prepare it like salmon, in a way of, smoking it and then serving it with, like, cream cheese on a bagel, like lox and cream cheese.
Mhm.
And it gives it a different flavor. It's not quite like a smoked salmon, but it's more, it's like a weird tangy. But he's also had it basted in butter and everything else like that. He's had it baked. He's had it broiled. He's had it. He says that baking probably is the worst way for it because it dries it out too much.
Okay.
Charbroil might be a good way as well, over an open flame. But he hasn't had a lot of time to experiment with the charbroil.
Okay. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. I will note that down inside of the cookbook.
And he also goes on to say that flavors are an opinion and that everyone's thoughts of.
No, some people say that, but I wouldn't put. There are some flavors I would not put together. I would not put dairy on top of a astringent fish.
Well, yeah, of course, but.
See, exactly. You say, of course. That means that there are objectively bad tasting things.
Yeah, but your goblin friend over there might decide that it is a good tasting thing.
I mean, there's many people that wouldn't know any better, that have only ever had rotten bread.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Alright.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. That music stopped. Music, where'd you go?
What time of the day is it?
It is late evening.
It's not in the day.
It is probably closer to about 8 p.m. right now.
Anyone want to go explore the town? See what they have?
It's just
This
an
is
inn, isn't it?
It's just an inn, yeah.
roadside inn type deal.
Yeah. So there's not much to explore unless you want to go explore the woods behind the inn
All right. Never
in
mind.
the middle of night,
Yes.
which
Where-
After me was a good time.
Dragonborn don't have night vision, right?
No,
It's just
but that's
written.
never stopped a barbarian before.
Until you fall into a pit trap? No, it doesn't stop anyone.
Okay. So as you guys finish out the night, nothing out of the ordinary happens. No one comes in that is kind of out of. So you guys feel very kind of safe in this inn. No fires have been started, but you have been kind of sleeping a little bit restlessly tonight because it feels like the last time you guys had a safe night, it felt abruptly ended.
Right.
And especially in the middle of a building. So, you've all had a full night of sleep, and you guys all wake up. There's no reason to have a watch or anything else like that. But you guys are able to kind of sleep through the night and wake up in the morning. As the light gently kind of comes in through the window of the room that you guys are all sharing, it is soft and kind of obscured by the curtains and everything, but it's definitely morning now.
Yeah. Oh, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good
Ah.
morning.
How are we all feeling today?
Good.
Yes, I believe that it is time to go. Let's see if Agatha wants us to send any letters to anybody, but yes, we should head out.
Yep, let's get back on the road.
I think that if we go at a slightly faster pace, because we have a day and a half until the next place.
Real quick before we leave the room, is any of the linen in here from the beds or the pillowcases or anything like that white by any chance?
Most of it is, yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna cut a little strip out of something. Put it in my pack.
Okay. Gonna write down a strip of linen.
Yeah, strip of white cloth.
Yep.
I need it specifically.
Okay, so yeah, they, as you leave for the morning, it's very foggy outside. It's very, like, you would normally see, kind of like in a autumn morning, and it is, I'm just trying to make sure that the stream wasn't frozen there, but anyways, yeah. So it's an autumn morning. It feels damp, cold, but not cold. Like refreshing. As you continue on the road, there's not much that goes on, at least until like mid-morning. Can I have you all make a perception check?
Perceiving the world.
Draco sees nothing.
I don't even see 2 feet in front of me.
Goes blind.
He refuses to perceive. He closes his eyes, plugs his ear holes.
Can you roll for Eek, and I will roll for Sal.
You rolled
Hey.
a 2.
Yeah.
Today's just not been our day for rolls.
Okay, so out of you all, only Lithwy kind of sees some shadows in the fog in the distance. They look almost like the shape of wolves, but you can't quite make it out. They're just they kind of come and go. Nothing. They don't seem to be getting closer at all, but keeping a good distance from you guys.
Werewolves.
Hey guys, wait! There's something up ahead.
Darkness wolves. We live in darkness.
Yeah, I mean, they might be wolves. I don't know. They're
Wolves ahead
they're
of
just
us?
kind of chilling out there. Maybe, I think so. I don't really know. I can't tell, but I mean, I think they might be wolves.
Okay.
So we should be careful.
Should be careful. Yes.
Okay.
Are they aware of us?
I mean, they're
Aware-
just standing there, so I don't
Ah.
know.
Standing there. Menacingly.
They're not just standing, they're like going and coming, but they're just kind of staying at the same distance. They're not coming towards us, they're not running and hiding. I don't know. They're just
Maybe-
kind of there.
They may be werewolves.
A werewolves. They're woke wolves.
Yes. Yes. Wolves. Alright, yeah. I guess continuing being cautious.
Yeah. Okay. So as you guys keep walking, the wolves don't seem to be getting closer, as far as you know, Lithwi. Since you're the only one who can kind of make them out. You've warned everyone, but no one else can kind of see them. So it's not
Okay.
like you kind of feel like, since you're the only one who can see them, it's kind of infuriating at some point.
And I cast, or it's not a spell. What's it called? I don't know. It lets me. I'm gonna use this anyway. I'm just gonna use this because it might be fun. I want to expand my consciousness and see if there is any kind of if there's any kind of like planar anomaly within a mile of us.
Planar anomaly?
Yeah, it's a planar rift or a planar portal. So like something that feels that could drag us into another dimension.
Okay.
Are we about to get strotted?
Yeah, I was like, this is Strahd, right? Oh no. Fog.
I ain't got time to deal with that, vampire son of a gun.
No, we're not doing Chris Strahd. I don't feel like doing that right now. I don't have that.
Strahd is fun.
I don't need none of that fucking Ravenloft shit up in here.
Oh, Ravenloft is fun.
Let me see. Is it like a...
It's detect portal. At 3rd level, you gain the ability to magically sense the presence of planar portals. As an action, you can detect the distance and direction to the closest planar portal within 1 mile of you.
Yeah, you don't feel anything specifically.
Okay.
You don't... There's no planar, like, portals or anything around. Nothing out of... That'd be like a planar instance.
Okay.
So, yeah, I wouldn't worry about that too much.
Now I'm not worried about it at all. Normal
Oh, no.
wolves from normal places that aren't disappearing between dimensions. Got it.
I don't
Yeah.
think we're powerful enough to deal with interplanar threats.
Agreed.
I mean, there's plenty of weak things inside of other planes, you know? And if you don't know, now you know.
It's fair. That is fair. Ain't no interdimensional aberrations gonna be sneaking up on me. No, sir.
So, do you think we should keep going along the road, or should we? Are there still woods on the sides of the road?
If they are wolves, I think that we may want to stay on the road.
Okay.
The
Well,
wolves seem to be like within. Why don't you all make another perception check or
Yeah,
survival
now that
check,
you've
whichever.
pointed it out.
Yeah, survival check if it's stronger for you.
Yeah.
We are missing one person.
Gorthon?
Carthon.
Oh, sorry, see.
Perception or survival?
My brain stopped for a minute. I did not roll well.
Gorthon sees just the fog.
Carthon's brain stopped for a minute.
Yeah.
Gorthon is somewhere else in mental space.
Gorthon is paying attention to the fog, and all he can see is the fog. He's like, I don't see what you guys are seeing, but it's not.
Oh,
there.
so the big deal. It's just fog. What's the worst
However,
thing to be a fog wolf?
Draco, Lethwy, Anger, and even Sal. Sal sees the shadows, but as you guys make out the shapes of them, they don't seem. There seems to be multiple of them. There doesn't seem to be just one. They don't necessarily seem to be threatening like you would normally see with a. Did you not? Oh yeah, you guys. So you guys didn't see anything really out of the ordinary with that. However, it is one of the things where you need to, or you're just kind of keeping an eye on it. Like, are they hunting us? Are they? But they seem more intelligent than your average wolf.
Okay, well, I've been working on this ability to speak to animals like this recently. If they address us, I can talk to them before they try to attack us.
You didn't do so hot on that last time. Do you want some help?
So hot on what?
Trying to talk to that bird.
I don't know. I don't know if any of you guys saw me try to do that, but
Oh, we didn't?
I was
okay.
I was out on the road.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were back trying to. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Yeah, I guess that works. You can try to talk to them if we run into them.
Yeah.
I mean, if not, if we have to fight, we fight.
If they're leaving us alone, fantastic. We just keep walking down the road.
Yeah. Unless you want to try to talk to them. Do
I mean,
you?
they're far away. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, like I could hail them over to us if you think that it's reasonable. How far away are they?
Within the fog, they're keeping probably about a 50-yard distance between you and them.
Okay. Should I try to talk to them?
I mean, they're following us for a reason, and if it's not to be aggressive,
Okay.
then maybe they'd be willing to talk.
Yeah. Okay. I can try this. Like, can I cast it on somebody else? No, it's self. Okay. Yes, I could. Okay. I will try to do this then. I get some guidance.
Sure.
5.
Let me help you with that.
Hello, wolves.
Give me 1 second.
No. Yeah. Favorite thing is when I get to speak with plants and I just walk up to a tree and go, "What's up, man?"
Hey man,
What's your
what's
na-
going
what's your
on there,
name?
man? My name
How
is
is it-
Sequoia.
What's up, Sequoia?
You touching my bark! Stop touching my bark, you weird human man!
I'm not touching anything. I'm just.
That's what I thought. You ain't getting these leaves!
I'm not asking for your leaves. I was just wondering directions.
I'm a tree, I don't understand what you're saying.
The sun.
Direction.
It goes that way and that way. What's over there?
I know up and down, and that's all I care about.
Wow, you understand the concept of up and down? I am the most ancient of all trees.
Only up and down. No side to side.
I am 7,000 years old.
Does that make you the Deku tree?
Yes.
Yes, I remember now. There was a squirrel one. His name was... I forget.
Radagast.
I'd like to think that a particularly ancient tree would just sound like a very confused old man.
But
What? We want no solicitors. Get off my
So-
lawn.
Are you walking towards the wolves?
Yeah.
Okay. As you walk towards the wolves, you see one specifically start kind of walking towards you.
Okay.
It doesn't seem wild from what you can see.
Okay.
It starts shifting
Ah!
into
Not a wolf!
It's a vampire.
into a humanoid
No.
shape. While you can't quite make out the shape from there, you can see that it is humanoid in the shape, but not what species or if it is
Okay.
humid or orc or otherwise.
Well, it's very humid out right now. It's foggy.
It's still close enough that we can see this too, right?
hello.
Barely.
Really?
You guys roll pretty high, so you guys are you and Draco are watching this, whereas Gorthon's like,
Hey, look at that bird over there.
It's a twig.
yeah.
Greetings. I do. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hey, Nick.
I noticed that you were following along us. How can I help you? It was a very interesting trick that you did right there. I was not expecting that.
Not a lot of people do expect that. However,
My name is Angar.
my name, not important right now. However,
Okay.
however, you have one of our kind with you.
Oh! Oh, hold on a second. Salazar?
Yes?
You good over
Come
there?
Here. Come here.
All right.
It's this man. He says that he is one of your people. Can you turn into a wolf?
Not as far as I know.
Okay. I can only. I'm very sorry. I'm expecting that you were talking about the man Salazar.
Yeah. Salazar's your name? Yes, Salazar is my name. Where are you from? So they go on back and forth a little bit. Since you're the one closest, you can hear the voices, you can hear the conversation. The unidentified Wolfine speaks about a village that's hidden in a forest south of the Royal Kingdom here. And that they are hidden in the behind a wall, but the wall seems to blend in with the forest. They look for other Wolfines who've made it out of the villages that have burned to try to make sure that they've been either saved or they can help get them to safety. And they would like to try to help get Salazar now home safe.
Okay.
And with his people for now.
Yes.
They are trusting slightly of you, partially because it doesn't seem like you are a normal human. And it seems
Only
like
half normal human.
yeah, and it seems like everyone else is not human either. They've been watching you since yesterday, actually, before you guys made it to the inn.
Oh. I assure you that is not a royal guard.
We know. Don't worry.
How do you know that?
Because we saw you before you even made it to
Wait,
the
were
inn.
you watch? Did you watch her change?
No.
How? Insight check.
Go ahead and make an insight check.
How else would he know? 23.
Okay, so
Motherfucker.
no, they did not watch her change.
Okay.
They're not
My modesty
creepy.
is
They're
protected.
they're just trying to They're just trying to like gather information on people who are traveling through the area. And so they are like I said, they're aware of you guys. They are aware that you guys helped out with the village. It's hard for them to get to the villages that get burnt down before they get burnt down. Even though they do try to help out when they can. But usually the reason why some of the people in the villages survive is because they're able to get there prior to the villages burning down. And get as much people out as possible. He also says that there is probably going to be a war happening very soon.
War between your people and the kingdom, or between multiple kingdoms?
Multiple kingdoms.
Oh my goodness.
We're not the only ones of our kind. We're not just from this continent. We're from other continents too.
Okay. And is this war being waged between your people and other, like, from another kingdom, or is what's the war? What's happening? Like, this is a lot of punishment.
Primarily, it's genocide. We've been being hoarded and killed and kennelled essentially as dogs, who aren't listening to the kingdom.
And is the other kingdom rising up in favor of you, or?
There are other kingdoms who are rising in favor of us. A lot of the elven kingdoms are in favor of us, and even some of the sworn orcs have been able to help us as well.
Okay, so we've just been killing Nazis. That's fine.
What is a Nazi?
I heard someone mention orcs.
Can you make a perception check to see if you hear that?
Sure.
Would it be alright if I brought my friends over here?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
And as he walks closer to you, you see that he's got silver
Not
hair.
very good. 8.
Old man.
He doesn't look old.
All I say to myself.
He doesn't look old. He looks like he's probably in his early 30s. Maybe mid 30s.
He's going gray at an early age. Oh no.
A rough life out there.
I know, right?
You can see that his tail is also gray, and his feet are slightly gray too.
He's going gray. It's hard out there for a wolfing.
It's very hard out there for a wolfine who's been trying to evade genocide for his whole life.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So apparently this is one of Sal's, his family.
His kin.
It's his kin. It's a wolfing pack. Come here. Apparently they've been tracking us for the last few days. You know that you are not a royal guard, so you have nothing to fear.
Good.
Welcome. The city that you guys are headed to is friendly, but it is still wise to kind of keep a lower profile for most wolfines, especially in this area within the kingdom. While we might be further away from the capital, we don't have as much control within this area, so I'd like to extend at least some help to you as we travel. We'll keep an eye out from the road, make sure that no one is kind of is going to attack, and if someone attacks, then we will help out where we can. At least for now.
I really appreciate that.
If this is a friendly area, do you think I still need this?
Probably not. I think
Okay.
it'll be okay.
Do you want your armor back?
Yes, please.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Alright, is it still within the 10 minutes that I cast Speak with Animals?
Barely.
Okay, can I call over a bird?
Make a perception
Try.
check.
That's perception.
With
11.
With a roll one more, so this is going to be with disadvantage because you're still in the fog.
Okay. 11.
So 11. No, unfortunately, right now you
We're
don't
in the
see.
forest.
You don't see a lot of birds specifically in the area right now. With the fog, it seems like a lot of the birds have been not flying around. They've been kind of like huddled up, probably in their nests. But you don't see a nest nearby.
I knew I should have brought a messenger hawk with me.
It's okay. I can try again later.
Live and learn.
Well, the town's only another day away.
Right.
Not even at this point.
But he re-explains everything else to you all with kind of the status and how they've been trying to avoid the genocide of their people. Kind of the same way that Sal described to you and how he kind of got a heads up prior to them coming in, and how he was trying to escape prior to them coming into the Dragon Head.
Right.
As they the unnamed Wolfine, he starts leading you guys down the path and then along the direction of the path towards the town that you guys were headed to. And then he's talking with Sal and talking about his life experiences. When you get changed into your armor, he ends up druid crafting an area so you can change in without any
Any
need
peepers?
Yeah. And you kind of get the feeling that this guy has been around for a while, even though he looks very young. He looks very in tune with the nature around you. A lot like you would be, Angar. But
He's
more,
a druid.
more secretive.
Okay.
And he talks about the elves that helped build the village that they now live in together. And then you could probably catch a boat from the village that you guys are traveling to the side of the continent that would be closer to the hidden village. Not the hidden leaf village. We're not doing Naruto.
All right, Hidden Leaf Village. Yeah.
Believe it.
So we're gonna go to the village in the Hidden Fog Mist. We're going to the Hidden Mist Village right now.
There you go. There you go.
Knew it. This is Naruto.
Angar, will you bury my guard suit?
Yes, I will. And I open up the earth and bury the.
He mentions to you, that's a pretty useful skill.
I mostly use it for making ovens, actually. But yes, your skill is very, very useful. Being able to grow plants that way.
Yes, it's nice. Being able to make things look natural.
Yes. I mean, not look natural, but making natural things. It's a beautiful thing to be able to do.
Yes, yes.
What is your name?
This is this is not one I thought of a name for yet.
It's nice to meet you. And insert NPC name here.
I'll think of something by next game. I need like a list of like names.
Isn't his name? It's not important right now.
It's not important right now. It is.
Highly recommend Xanthar's Guide. The last like 15 pages are just names.
Let's see here. Actually, I think I've got Xanthar's Guide open right now. No, that's Tasha's. Hold on. Let's see.
There's a whole bunch of names at the back of that book.
I had. There's Volos, Mordenkainen's, Eberron.
It's Tome of Fiendish People.
Tome of Fiendish People, what? Tome of Foes?
Yeah.
Mordenkainen.
I was thinking
We're
about
making another. Yeah, there's another Mordenkainen's book coming out, right? It's his Monster Manual.
I think they're coming out with another version of the Monster Manual, but I can't remember.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'll find a. I'll make a name.
No giant jar of pickles.
Okay. Let's see here. So as he describes his name, it's it's something a little bit more natural, sounding.
Oh, no.
Like did he break his headphones? Did you break your headphones?
The plug came undone.
Oh, okay.
Just like like a
I was like,
bit.
No. Name?
Casey says hello. She
Hi,
wanted
Casey.
pickles.
Kitty.
Meow meow. Oh hi Ray Ray. Oh hello.
We got animals.
Want me to look at you?
Vegetables.
You want me to go there?
So anyways, Pickles, Mr. Pickles over here. Now the name of the NPC.
change.
Oh no, it's Mr. Pickles.
It'd be Picklesworth.
He's got a gimp in his basement. That was such a fucking crazy show. Mr. Pickles.
As you guys are, oh yeah, now I remembered. I was like, oh yeah.
They're making a Death Clock movie.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, because season 4 didn't end well, and they're like,
Hey, guys.
we're gonna finish that.
John's
Oh.
camera seems to be being weird, I guess.
He's still there. He's just messing with his camera.
I know, it's just it
it's just-
messes with the the cameras on the stream, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not focusing right. Sorry, I'm
Joe
trying to.
finally fell asleep.
Everyone roll.
Jaden, and that's Nacho, who's found at a Taco Bell, so he's Nacho Cat.
Nacho Cat, Taco Bell. Maybe after this I'll go get Taco Bell, I'm hungry.
He is full orange cat vibe. You can just hold him, and he's like, "Why are you trying to put me down? You keep holding me. You keep holding me."
So,
Check out the tab. I haven't
Then
sat
you make
down.
him dance, and he's like, "Yeah, this is great."
is that skill for like portals and stuff
It's
How
a
long
class
is it lost?
ability.
how long is it?
That's a good question.
Too
Lasts
many
as
windows
long as
open.
lasts as long as you want it to.
Detect portal.
It just says as an action you detect the presence, so
It might be like an instantaneous thing. Like, oh, I sense the things around
it's
me.
like ping for a mile.
As you guys are
Yeah.
walking through the forest, you kind of feel like
I like just did it like, right before we did all of this. So if there's
Well-
anything in a mile from here,
well, nothing
Something
was at the
appeared in-
time.
Now and then.
So you guys are walking through the forest, and you guys walk near a large tree, and then the tree feels like it opens up and swallows you. Like you guys walk through it, and you're not even paying attention.
We just got tree strided.
So, and you end up much closer to the village that you were headed towards. In fact,
Quick travel.
you now see the gates of the village.
Not.
oh my goodness, is this you? Thank you very much,
You're welcome.
NPC.
NPC.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Pickles!
Thank you very much, Mr. Pickles.
I'm going to call you Bucket.
Yes, Bucket Pickles.
Pickle Bucket.
So, yeah. You guys end up at the village. He says, I'm going to take my leave for now. I will let you know when you guys are getting ready to leave the village, where to meet us, and we will take you.
If you want to just send a mouse or a bird or something to find us, and I will be able to speak with it. So I don't want you to expose yourself.
Don't worry. They don't know we're even here.
I am worrying. You telling me not to worry does not make me not worry. You talked about a war over genocide and then tell me not to worry. That's not how that works.
99% of our existence is worry.
I'm going to go deliver this mail now in a worried way where I hope that you don't die no matter how strong you are. I will continue to worry about you.
I appreciate that. And it shows the sentiment that you care about the people that have been wrongly killed.
Deeply, yes. I think it is a travesty against any kind of sapient life.
Thank you. And then as he walks away, he shifts back into a wolf
I need to learn how to do that.
Disappears.
That was amazing.
and disappears into the mist.
How do I level into druid? How does that work?
Wait, did Sal already leave?
Sal's with you still.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't have that ability to change into a wolf or Misty Step or Tree
Well, I
Strut.
thought he was going with that guy to the village.
Yeah.
That's after or now or.
No, he's helping get you guys there. So he still wants you
Okay.
to travel south for now. And Sal will probably take off at the hidden
Right
village.
now.
Right
Okay.
meow. As you guys get to the village, the name of the village is Leaf Strider. We'll say it's not Hidden Leaf Village, but it's Leaf Strider.
Hidden Leaf Strider.
So Leaf Strider is a it's not quite a coastal village, but it is pretty close enough to the coast where they have a lake. They do have access to some airships, but not the same fishing airships that you guys are used to seeing within Dragon Head. The inn there is Branch Inn, because I want people to branch into the inn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
It's just one of their branches, though. You know.
It's just one of the branch- it's a
franchise.
It's a franchise, exactly. It's a franchise. So you've got Branch Inn, which is a franchise. You've heard about it in some of the villages that you've been through in your past. Actually, they have a branch in the Orc village that you're from.
Stone Tusk. All right. I need to talk to my father about the name of our village, because if we're going to expand and have more than one town, we can't just call ourselves Stone Tusk. We got to give ourselves a proper name, even if it's just like First Town or something in Orcish. But still, look, this is a stepping. Anyway, that's a conversation for my.
So you are Stone Tusk from Stone Tusk. The country is Stone Tusk. Town is Stone Tusk. The whole thing is Stone Tusk.
I don't see. I guess technically speaking, once it expands, we would be the Stone Tusk Kingdom. But that's a bit in the future. It's a bit in the future.
You know, dream big, right?
You are from County Stone Tusk.
Stone Tusk Village of the Stone Tusk tribe.
Stone Tusk all the way down.
Yes.
It's all Stone Tusks.
I really hope the village is not entirely Stone Tusk. That would be concerning.
Well, technically speaking, the Stone Tusk family is just my father, myself, and my siblings.
Yes.
And
Okay, good.
there are
That's good to
other
hear.
families tied to the clan, but that aren't necessarily blood related.
As
But
far as I have understood, that is generally how most families function.
there's other families tied to the clan. Ours is the most important politically, so it's a bit higher on the name priority list. Since in addition to being head of the clan, it's also head of the tribe. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. I'll explain it later.
Okay, yes, that sounds like a very. Oh, that sounds like a lot.
There's
We
a
need
lot
to
of
find.
nuances to my culture that a lot of people don't exactly get on the first explanation.
You said that we had to bring these to a post.
The postmaster?
Yes.
Yes.
We
The
need to
mailman.
find the- yes,
We need to find the mailman.
we need to find the mailman.
All right.
Or we're just delivering this at hand to people on these addresses.
I feel like that's a lot of time. And unless we do legitimately start a delivery company, it's not worth it.
Yes, no, we should go to the postmaster. Yes.
So I see what the end goal is for the group here.
Delivery man.
You guys are gonna buy a
Oh,
house
yeah.
just to, have a company headquarters.
It'll be a multi-purpose business.
You gotta have a sorting station.
Yeah.
When you cast a message, this is who you get.
Message. If you've ever
I
heard
vote
my...
Draco in charge of customer complaints.
We may be lacking in the customer department.
All right. So you guys have successfully made it to what did I say it was?
Something leaf.
Leaf Strider.
Leaf Strider. There we go. Thank you.
Heavenly Strider.
No,
Leaf Stone.
not Leaf Stone.
You named it copyright infringement.
No, that's what you're trying to name it over there.
Legally distinct.
Luckily-
yes, legally distinct. I love
Luckily,
this
we
song.
haven't made any money off of this, so that's because I don't have enough followers on, Twitch over here. But that's okay.
Either way.
But it's besides the point. You guys successfully have made it to Leaf Strider Village. A lot of it's a big farming village. That's mostly what they do. Like I said, they do have a couple airships available that do normal, just transiting routes. They told, the Wolfians told you to, when you're getting ready to leave the village, they'll let you know where to go. They didn't say exactly where because they don't want that information to kind of get out on accident at this time.
Courier. That was the word I was looking for earlier.
Courier, yeah. So, I think at that point we're going to call it because it's now been almost 5 hours.
Yep.
So,
All right.
We did it.
We
Yeah.
did it.
We didn't die.
you guys got to level 3.
Yeah.
Live.
You've found some other Wolfians. You guys have made it out of the town of Dragon's Head after it was destroyed by, as you guys know, the Royal Army.
Oh, my stepmother's not going to be happy about that.
And yeah.
All right.
Oh, I'll have
What
to
are we playing
see.
next?
I will. Hold on, real quick. Let me look.
Royal.
Mongolian throat singing.
Today is the 21st.
Sure. Why not?
Well, it's the 21st for us in Korea.
Yeah.
Next weekend I'm on a swing, so probably not. I would be at work right now. If
So, what about the 5th?
let me look here.
I don't know what December schedule looks like right now.
I have it here, and we're both off. So
Okay.
we can do the 5th here.
Okay.
Yep. You're pretty much on 8-hour day shifts there, Stanger.
Yeah. I think it's because we have so many controllers, like so many senior controllers, like me being the one junior makes me kind of redundant.
Yep.
I might only have 1 or maybe 2 more times to play.
I know
Oh,
that you're going to
no.
be... Do you know if you're going to be going back
I
to work?
will. I'll know. Actually, I'll know the next time that we play.
So by the 5th?
Good. I think it's by the 5th. I might be wrong, but I'll let you know. It might be the 8th. I don't remember.
Are you
in
going
the
back
other
to
room.
school? Well, you're doing school
No,
right now,
I'm in school right now. Yeah. Actually, hey, anybody have any cool ideas for depressed characters in media? Have to do with
Depressed
how,
characters?
There are a lot of
like
them.
not characters that are like depressed for like your family died and now you're sad. That's normal depression. That is fine. But like characters with depression, like Rick Sanchez or
Eeyore.
Or Eeyore, yeah.
Or
I haven't watched enough BoJack Horseman to write paper on him.
Beast Boy from season 4 of Young Justice after Superboy dies.
Holy shit.
It's
a normal grief response. For superheroes.
Princess Lumps from Adventure Time.
I've never
Lumpy
seen
Space
Adventure
Princess?
Time.
Really? Space Princess, yeah.
I've never seen Adventure Time.
I never thought of Lumpy Space Princess as depressed.
I would say that she's probably a little bit depressed.
No.
Question is, does this say that she's depressed?
I don't know. Watch Adventure Time's really good.
Watch Adventure Time, find out.
Alright.
Finn's probably at least a little depressed.
Seeing as he's like the only human left.
Yeah, he's
Oh, I could do the Doctor!
The
Doctor from Doctor Who. Not a bad idea.
The Doctor
Very
is
depressed.
extremely,
depressed.
especially the
Hell
most
yeah.
recent one. Especially the most recent one after she
Hold on.
finds out a lot
They-
of stuff.
Oh,
Alright.
okay. I only watched the first two episodes of her.
It gets really good later on.
I would hope so. It's the acting in the first one. I was just not a huge fan of like everyone.
Well, it took me a while to get through Peter Capaldi's because I felt like Peter Capaldi started off really rough too.
Yeah.
From what I've heard, the most recent Doctor was a little bit disappointing. Not because of the actor actress
I heard
choice,
the
because,
writing was disappointing.
like not great
Yeah.
writing, kind of poor
Yeah.
direction.
That's
But-
how it was when Stephen Moffat, when he took over, I was just like, dude does single episode arcs. Really bad at being a showrunner.
I mean,
Very
you have,
good. Very
you have
good.
Squidward.
episodic.
Yeah.
So my wife said Squidward. I was like, just because someone keeps fucking up your life doesn't mean that you're depressed. It means that you have some really shitty like neighbors.
He's depressed because he's like the only one of him like in that area, and then when he finally meets people, then it's like he doesn't fit in with them. So
I think Squidward just he's kind of snooty, and sometimes the world just shits on him for no reason.
Yeah. He's not in a great place socially, and that leads to situations that like look like they could be depression, but mostly it's just like it's a lot of like situational depression.
yeah,
Like, he gets put through the ringer too much.
Yeah, exactly. It's like he doesn't really have a whole lot nice things happening to him. I'd be depressed in his situation also.
Especially with like recent SpongeBob. Like, ugh, basically Squidward torture porn.
yeah.
Oh, poor Squidward.
I haven't actually watched SpongeBob in a hot minute because I think it's one of those shows that needed to end like years ago.
Yeah, I was like, maybe I could do it on Matt Stone and Trey Parker, not on South Park. Why do they keep making it? Yeah, why do they keep making it?
What about
something wrong?
There's also the other stuff that they've done too, like
Of Mormon?
Book of Mormon or Orgasmo or
So good. You seen Book of Mormon?
I haven't seen that one yet. I need to.
It's a really good play.
But anyways, so the 5th is the next time we are
Okay.
playing. As long as our schedule doesn't change, which it could, because they decide to do stuff. And
Hopefully not.
Hopefully you can still keep joining us like every other week or something like that, Alex. And that's kind of what.
Possibly. I put in an application at 2 other places, Transitional Aged Youth House, and then it's a weird like technical psychiatrist technician.
Okay.
So yeah, I might be getting a different job. Hopefully, I'd rather really not fight my clients anymore. That shit's depressing as fuck. Hold down this person that's already traumatized and is currently hallucinating. Not the fucking thing I want to do. You know?
Yeah.
No.
Like, it's a job that needs to be done, but I can see how taxing that would be.
And like, nothing for nothing, I love my job. It's just, it's that one part of my job that I'm like, I'm traumatizing this person by holding them to the ground. This is like, yes, they tried to punch me in the face. They chucked a huge book at me. But they didn't connect any of the times they tried to hit me. So, but here I am holding them on the ground while you inject Haldol into them. So,
Yeah.
I'm a therapist. I am not a wrestler.
Yeah. All right. Any other follow-up that you guys have? Any questions? Anything?
Nope.
Cool.
All right.
You guys have a good night.
Have a good night.
And then
Have a good one. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
bye.
Good adventures.